Yo, chat, what's going on? Welcome to another episode on the meme stream. I am the host of the Nightmare, Shark300, and I'm happy to have you. Okay, listen, I have no clue why, but I was fighting for my life. I was in the trenches. I felt like it must have been like what my grandfather felt like when like Truman shipped him off into World War II, you know? It must have been exactly what it felt like because I was fighting for my life to be able to get this stream running. I have no clue why. YouTube was just not working with me. It just wasn't working with me. It was racist, probably. It probably saw that I was dark skinned and was like, we hate this guy. It said the N-word 15 times to me while I was trying to get it to work, and I have no clue why. I have no clue why. I did nothing to them. I did nothing to these people. They posted cringe. I see that. I see that. I will nuke them. Perfect. We're back. Sound like a common Twitter user now. Average Twitter user. Average Twitter user. And the average Twitter ad is just average Twitter ad is just porn now. That's kind of crazy too. A little wild, a little worrisome, I must say. Oh, you know what I will say? Since the last time you saw me, I finished Chainsaw Man Part 1. I finished Chainsaw Man Part 1. It is done. Finished. Kaput. If I were to put it in a, is that Yiddish? Is that Hebrew? I don't know. In a Jewish way. It's kaputs, you know? I think that's Jewish. Something along those lines. Anyways, yeah, it's, it was pretty good. I thought it was pretty good. I was like, this is good. And then I was like, yeah, this is really good. And then I'm like, this is so bad. It's so over. And then I was like, we're back. And then I was like, bros. And then I was like, it's never been more back. And it was a pretty nice end. I'm going to be honest. I enjoyed part 1. Definitely. I definitely enjoyed part 1. It was very interesting. I'm trying to figure out exactly what to say without spoiling it, because I don't want to spoil it for anyone. Because I enjoyed reading it without getting spoiled. I found the scene that like a couple years ago. Remember that Chainsaw Man scene, that Chainsaw Man panel where he was like, where people edited it and it was like, he's just like me for real. I finally found that part and I was like, what? I didn't know that's what the actual context of it was. So all these memes, these like Chainsaw Man edited meme panels have finally started to get context for me. And I don't know, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. I like it. I'm genuinely enjoying. And then there was oh yeah, and then there was the one with like the astronauts with their dicks chopped off. That one too. I had no clue where that was even from. I didn't even know that was from Chainsaw Man. But I found out while I was reading it. When I got past that chapter, and I was like, what the heck is going on? When that happened, I audibly was like, oh no. I actually said, oh no, in real life. I was reading the book, my ass said, oh no. What's about to happen to our intrepid friends? Obliterated. That's what happened, obliterated. With the what? PP gone. They were praying to their chopped cocks. Pray for Dennis. I don't think we need to pray for Dennis. I think Dennis is doing everything he wanted to do. Dennis seems to be having the time of his life. What the heck is that? Sorry, the GF just called me in the middle, of me talking. We're going to have to go on a little road trip here tonight because her friend who lives in Georgia like wants to come down here, and she doesn't have a car, so we have to go pick her up. And I was like okay. And then she was like, I don't want to go alone. She was like, I don't want to go alone. She's scared of going alone. So I have to go with her. I have to go with her now. So now I'm trapped tomorrow doing basically a 12-hour road trip to pick up the girlfriend's friend who wants to live here. Right? And I don't know. I don't want to go, but you know what? You got to support your girl sometimes, you know? Gotta support. She went with me when I went to go talk to Matt Walsh, so I guess it's my turn to go with her when she goes to Georgia or something. I just hate that I have to go to Georgia again. I just don't like Georgia. I'm just not a big fan of Georgia. I hate to say it. I know Atlanta is supposed to be like ADOS Mecca in the United States, but I'm gonna be so honest with you. I am not a fan of Georgia. And like, you can't even say that it's because I haven't spent time there. When I was younger, we did road trips down to Georgia and Atlanta specifically constantly because I have a bunch of family that lives there. I have a decent amount of family that lives there actually. And I don't know, just it's the air is muggy. It's humid. I don't know. It's like, it's hot, right? Its infrastructure really isn't that good. Some parts of Atlanta are pretty cool. There's always some new scam going on. Atlanta's like the heart of like black innovation in the country, but it's also the heart of, I hate to say it, it's also the heart of like black stupidity, black scams. I remember that too. Yes. Yes, I cannot. And honestly, Keith Lee found that out. So I'm just like rehashing what Keith Lee said. That guy, he was cooking when he was like, there's something wrong with you all in Atlanta. There is something wrong with them in Atlanta, okay? And it's Pride Month, so I don't mean all the DL guys out there. Shout out to all the DL guys out there. Happy Pride Month. You can like gate tweets now because Elon hid your tweets, so you can act as hard as you want. Scam Mecca. Atlanta celebrates Pride in October. Is that true? Keith Lee, the food guy? Yeah, Keith Lee, the food guy, he went to Atlanta and they like scammed him. They scammed him. Scam Mecca. I don't know, man. It's just something. There's something. Oh, I was about to say there's something in the water in Atlanta, but that's so true because there is something in the water in Atlanta. When we went, I don't know exactly where it was, but we went to this like, it's like a roller. It was like a roller rink. I guess a roller rink, right? Like this indoor. I was gonna say indoor amusement park, but I don't know. It's like a roller rink with like an arcade and a like couple restaurants attached to it and everything in Atlanta. I don't know exactly what it was called. I don't remember. I was too young. Right. And we went, and when we were there, I mean, I did a little bit of roller skating. I fell on my ass. It hurt. Oof, ow, ouchie. Youch. You know, one of those. But when I got up and I was like, man, I really worked up a sweat here. I can't wait to get a nice cold glass of water. I can't wait to drink some Georgia water. And then, you know what happened? It tasted like garbage. I don't know if it was like the lead or microplastics or or some chemical or something, but Atlanta water is so nasty. I'm not one of those people who are like water sticklers or anything. I usually like most waters. There are people who complain about Dasani water. I'm not a big Dasani water complainer, right? But there's very few times when I've gotten water from the tap and I've just been like, you make that, you're like, after you take a sip, like I drink the water, it gets in my mouth, it touches my tongue, I push it right back into the cup through the straw. My body I did it on a reflex too. The lizard part of my brain, the part that formed right before we were amoeba, right after we became amoeba. You know what I mean? Like once we split into a multi-cell organism, like that part of the brain that formed, that's the part that kicked in. The millions of years of evolution kicked in to kick that water out of my mouth instantly. And I couldn't be any happier. It was disgusting. It was so gross. And then like, I tried one of my like family members' drinks that they had, and it was a lemonade. And I still tasted it because they used the same water in the lemonade. It was so gross. I don't know what was happening. So maybe maybe that's what's going on with people in Atlanta. They're just being fed bad water. The government's putting chemicals in the water to make it taste poo-poo stinky. I just don't get it. I don't know. I know like a lot of the water that we use in the house is filtered sewer water. Like I know I'm drinking doo-doo ass. I know I'm drinking and washing with doo-doo ass water. But it's like clean doo-doo ass water. Something doo-dooed in that water at some point in time during history. But like, do they just not get all of it out? Did the guy who was supposed to clean the filter or something like not do it? I don't know. It kind of felt like they got it from the top of the toilet. They lifted up the ceramic lid on the toilet and then scooped it out and then gave it to me. Yeah, Atlanta even has scam water. It's just, I don't know what's going on. It's just, there's something wrong with Atlanta. Atlanta scrambles to prevent water crisis from spreading. What is this? Robert Watkins waded into the middle of West Perch Tree Street in Middletown, Atlanta, Sunday, using a bucket to scoop water gushing from a broken pipe near 11th Street. You know the craziest thing about floods in Atlanta is that, I'm not gonna make that joke. So we can flush the toilet, and the different stuff that we need to do with water. He fills a bucket to the brim. It could come in handy. Such surreal scenes played out across the city over the weekend as Atlanta's water crisis threatened to expand. Authorities announced Sunday that they were investigating the potential of a water main break on Northwest Atlantic Drive. They temporarily shut down. Okay, like this sucks and everything, because flood water is dangerous. But the craziest thing about it is that the flood water was dangerous before it became flood water. Like Atlanta water is dangerous before it even becomes flood water. You already don't want to drink it. I don't know what was in that water, but, and it wasn't just there too. If you're thinking like, oh, it was just that one place. It wasn't that one place. It wasn't that one place. It wasn't that one place. There's something wrong with all their water. Cause I went to my grandmama's house. I went to Mima's house. Okay. And I got some of her water. That water was ass too. I don't get it. What's happening? I don't think Georgians will notice a difference. That's so not true. That's so not true. They will definitely notice a difference. This is like the people who are like, oh, you can't even tell the difference between 30 and 60 frames. Yes, you can. Stop pretending. You're not cool, okay? To be like the guy, to be the one, just look, you looking around, you looking left and right to try to figure out if you're, you looking left and right to figure out if you're the guy who has a different opinion than everybody else. Like, come on, stop it. You know your water sucks ass. We know your water sucks ass. Just because you got used to the smell of it, it's like when you're taking a shit in the bath. Georgians, it's like they live the same way as if like you're taking a shit in the bathroom, you know? You got the door closed, you're scrolling through some social media on your phone, shitting in the bathroom, just dumping your guts out into the porcelain throne. And you're like, man, I kind of reek in there. That's what my insides smell like. Stay in there. But then the more you sit there, the longer you sit there, the more you start to not smell the scent of your own dookie. And that's kind of how Georgians live constantly, right? They become nose blind to the stink that kind of sits over the city. Well, sits over the state, you know? But I don't know. At least it isn't Flint, Michigan water. Yeah, I mean, I guess they should be happy that they haven't been hit by a meteorite or like I don't know, like the dinosaurs come back and eat them, or like I guess they should be happy that, you know, all of their homes haven't burned down, or a category 20 billion earthquake or a giant pothole sucks them into the center of the earth, or, you know, I guess they should be happy about all that stuff not happening. Sure, I guess. That doesn't mean things can't definitely get better. You have a degree in poetry because the word, because dog, you weave words like a fine artisan. Listen, it's just kind of how my brain works a little bit, you know? I'm working on all cylinders. The wrinkles, I surf the wrinkles of my brain like waves, like a surfer does waves in the ocean. And that's just kind of how it works for me. And so I don't know, maybe I'm just that guy when it comes to that one specific thing, that one little thing. Yeah, it's called being a professional yapper. It sucks that you're gonna be a conservative after the lead water kicks in. Yeah, that's true. If I lived in Georgia for any period of time, you know, God forbid. But if I lived in Georgia for any extended period of time, I might have become a conservative due to all of the lead in the water that I would have consumed as a child. I don't know. I guess we've been in some dangerous places. I guess you have to choose between black people in the Midwest have to choose between living in Atlanta, Georgia, and dealing with lead in the water, and living in St. Louis, Missouri, and dealing with lead in the air with how many shootings happen. So I guess you're literally gonna have to pick your poison. How do you? Good evening, sir. How do you like your lead? How do you like your lead? I can say that because I actually lived in Missouri. That's why I kind of think Dying of Whiteness, the book we're reading right now, is actually really interesting, because he lived in Missouri. I also lived in Missouri for a really decent amount of time for like my little formative years. We moved from New York to St. Louis. But St. Louis back then, before like the conservative got like super duper crazy radical on their gun policy, and like shootings skyrocketed and the city became one of the most dangerous cities in the entire country. Yeah, we lived there and it was like, you know, mostly fine. But I was talking to my parents not too long ago, like a couple days ago, and they were talking about moving and everything, and I was like and I was like, there's two places that I've been kind of scared to go since. And it's been like Baltimore, right? Like because we took a plane to Baltimore when I was when we were going back to New York, going back to our homeland in New York for my sister's 18th birthday, if I remember correctly, or 20th birthday. It was one of the two. 21st birthday, sorry, for my little sister's 21st birthday. And I landed in Baltimore, and I was like, it felt like you have entered a PvP zone popped up on my HUD. You know what I mean? That's what it felt like when I stepped off the plane, and I'm gonna be honest, I was a little scared for my life. I feel like the same exact thing but worse would happen to me if we ever go back to St. Louis, which I really don't necessarily have any plans on. Baltimore ain't that bad. Yeah, like I said that, I took it back. Baltimore isn't that bad. St. Louis is that bad. St. Louis is St. Louis is the Wild West for black people. It's not good. It's very very dangerous there. Yeah, my parents were like, it was time. My parents told me, they were like, it was time to go. It was getting dangerous. They were like, we gotta move our whole family out of this state and out of this city as soon as possible, or we won't make it. And you know, the saddest part about it is that one of my childhood friends, he didn't make it. He actually, I found out not too long ago when one of my little cousins came to visit for my sister's law school graduation, that one of my childhood friends actually died in a shooting. He was shot in St. Louis. And so I was like, yeah, my parents couldn't be more correct. My parents couldn't be more correct. It was a guy. His name was Malachi. His family owned horses, and they had like a nice like little like, they had a nice piece of land with horses and everything. And he got into a little bit of trouble, but nothing that crazy. But yeah, where he just lived, it was just one of those areas, and he was just gunned down just like that. That guy Malachi, yeah. I was actually wondering what happened to him. I hadn't, ever since we moved, I hadn't talked to him. I thought it'd be interesting to you know, reach out and everything. But no, my little cousin, who was also there with me in St. Louis before they moved. They moved to Baltimore actually. He was like, yeah, he didn't make it. He wasn't able to get out. So yeah. I'll always have a bit of a grudge towards St. Louis until something changes in that state. Malachi is a good name. It fucked me up bad. I'm not gonna say thankfully, but I hadn't you know, talked to him in, you know, years and years and years and years and years. I had lived more of my life without speaking to him than speaking to him, so I wasn't like crushed when I heard it or anything, because I just been so disconnected at that point, right? But I don't know, maybe I'll visit sometime and visit his grave, and then it'll sink in. So maybe it just hasn't sunk in, I don't know. But yeah, it was unfortunate. Isn't St. Louis like one of the most dangerous cities in terms of gun violence? Dr. Osmosium, you are so correct. It is bad. It is very, very bad. It is terrible. Like, St. Louis is one of those states where they're toying with the idea of actually giving students and teachers guns to protect themselves from other guns coming into the school. It's that bad because it's because the Republican Party there is just crazy. St. Louis has just become just the politicians there are just insane. Missouri has become ground zero of the conservatives' idea for the most lax gun policy, just period. That the Missouri is their ground zero for testing their gun policy, and the citizens of Missouri are their guinea pigs for how that would you know, play out with the citizenry. And you know, the results are in, and everything is worse. Yeah, St. Louis consistently in the top 5 for one of the worst states. I'm very happy that my parents got me out of there when I was young. And I wish, you know how Jews have the right of return in Israel? I think like black people should have like the right to leave from like St. Louis and the Deep South. You know what I mean? Like the government should call that reparations. The government should offer like a program to like airlift black people out of the Deep South in St. Louis, right? They can escape They get refugee status. There's just something wrong. There's some call me a crashing plane cause something wrong, man. Being reminded about how fragile life is kind of devastates me. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think life is really that fragile. Like, it took a million years of human evolution to create a whole gun. Like, if it took that long to put me down that quickly, then I must be doing something right if you think about it. It took a long ass time for us to be able to get to guns. We were kind of cooking that whole time. You're more powerful than you think. But now we have them. Okay, but I read Baki once, and I saw that guy move his brain to the side of his skull to avoid getting domed. And I feel like if I worked out more, I could do that too. So, you know, it's just kind of how it works, right? What is your what when you think of that, how like guns are here now, killing people is easier. So what? Oh no, fight back. Train. It's time for your training arc. This is when the training arc starts. You know, once you reach a roadblock, that's when the training arc begins, and then you overcome. Gain power. They rise to your level. We overcome. We overcome. Been training for years. I'm 50% bulletproof now. Okay, and I'm immune to all torture because of my torture mat that I still use on occasion. The girlfriend gets. I thought about pulling it out again. I pull it out sometimes when she's not here. I feel like if I pulled out the torture mat and laid on it while she was here, she would start to worry about my health and well-being. Wasn't that a year ago? You think I got rid of my torture mat? Put the GF on the torture mat? No, she's too... Her job isn't to be resilient. Her job is to be a beautiful angel, okay? And so I think she should be spending her time doing makeup and wearing cute dresses and eating tasty food instead. Always got that thing on him. That's true. I'm using my hand strengthening tool right now. I do always have that thing on me. What's a torture mat? Here, let me see if I can pull it out for you. So this is the torture mat, okay? Its actual name is an acupuncture mat. So if you see, the mat is completely covered in thousands of these very sharp spikes. And they're very sharp. They're not dull. They're actually quite sharp. And the goal of it is to lay on it. Lay on the whole thing with your back and just rest there. Right? It hurts. It hurts a decent amount. It hurts a good bit. I'm gonna be honest.
Base and red pill?
Sophie Bliss, thank you so much for the 10 Canadian. Thank you so much. Did you pick O0 because of the word for lake in Slavic languages? No, I picked it because when I was 13, I wanted to be named Shark 300, but that was taken, so I just turned it into words instead of the actual numbers. Thank you so much for the 10. I appreciate you. Sophie Bliss. Thanks for the super chat. Yeah, there are 7 stages that you go through after you lay on the torture mat. 5 of them are pain. 5 of them are pain. But after you get through the 5 layers of pain, then there's heat. It gets really hot, and then it becomes calming to the whole body. I don't know. I was kind of there. I'm gonna be honest. I was kind of there. No way, for real. I fell asleep on it once. I'm not lying to you. I actually fell asleep on it. I put it on my bed and I laid on it like sometime, like a little while after that, off stream. And I just fell asleep. You got it multiple times. It's fine. Once it, like I said, after you get through the 5 layers of pain, the 6th and 7th layer are like a healing warmth and a soothing feeling that washes across your body. Like I'm not lying to you. This isn't a joke. He was real. He was posting truth and facts. He found he found the secret material hidden inside of the glass the secret letter hidden in the glass bottle floating amongst the sea for years. He dredged it up and he read it and he gave the information to us, and it was no lie. It was no lie. The torture mat did give healing warmth and soothing and a soothing feeling. Did you lay on it with a shirt on? No, I laid on it bareback. I got on that shit bareback style, okay? No protection, no layers. Nothing in between me and the pain. I just went through it. You can't listen, if you're gonna go all in, you should just go in. You shouldn't, there's no reason to like, you're laying on a bed of spikes. Why do you need protection? Just don't lay on the bed of, just lay on your normal bed then, if that's the point. I remember watching Mythbusters when I was younger. I remember watching Mythbusters when I was younger. Adam Savage said if it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. If I'm laying on a device that we colloquially name the torture mat, why would I wear a shirt with a torture mat? I should just bareback the torture mat and just do as I please, right? That's when you achieved your enlightenment. That's true. I just took a nap. I took like a 30-minute nap and then I woke up and I was like, whoa. And then after you get up off the mat, the indents that all the thousands of spikes leave on your back kind of make you look like a cool dinosaur. So I would say, I'm not gonna lie, if you have some back pain, I would say give the torture mat a bit of a try. If you have some circulation problems, if you have some back pain, it might be worth a try giving the torture mat a whirl. I'm serious. I'm actually serious. The torture mat is not the torture mat. If I did like a really intensive workout, right? And I usually don't do this because I heard that doing things to lower the irritation that to lower the irritation that your muscles are going through after a workout is actually bad and could lead to lesser gains, because that irritation is what leads to muscle growth, like the adaptive response that your muscles go through after they go through trauma, which is to build more muscle. I heard, I'm not sure if it's true, I read one study, but once again, exercise science is still like a pretty new field of study. Well, quality exercise study. Like I heard that it could like reduce gain, so I didn't do it that often. But if I was like a little while after like a little while after a workout, and I may have done it a little too hard, right? Went a little too far, and I made myself a little extra sore. I would definitely try to like I would definitely lay on the torture mat, like after doing, you know, too many pull-ups or like lat pull downs or something, right? Too many like bent over barbell curls or something. I would definitely try out the torture mat. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. And also, a little word of advice before we really get started for today. If you are working out and you are sore, like you worked out and you're sore, what you would imagine that you would want to do is skip the gym because you're sore. If it's not in a joint, okay, if it's not in the joint and you don't think that you actually really overdid it, my suggestion is to go to the gym and work out that muscle, the muscle that's sore. Work it out. Actually do your, and don't do it less. Just do your normal workout. I'm gonna be honest. I thought it was bullshit. I thought that was meat. I thought that was gym bro meathead bullshit when I heard that. But I'm going to be honest with you. I had really sore triceps after I came back from the gym once, and the next day it was another tricep day. But I was doing like this tricep and this tricep, and then I was gonna be doing this tricep, but it also hits like one of like the outside tricep too. And it was sore, and I thought like, man, I have to like skip the gym. But then I heard that and I was like, I'll give it a try. I'll give it a try. And you know what? After that workout, I don't know, it's like waves. Have you ever been sitting in the tub and you're like making waves, and the waves go out and hit the side of the tub, and then they come back and they smash, and then they just like kind of even out? That's what happened with my muscles. Like, it was pain, and so I hit the pain with more pain, and then the pain went away. It was crazy, and it worked out. It was perfect. I felt great. I felt like I could do another couple sets. I was a little tired. So, Artemis Blake, thank you so much for the $50 donation. Holy, thank you so much for the love. That's incredibly nice. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. No message attached to it either. Just going in raw super chat. That's crazy. Well, favorite emotes out for Artemis. Thank you for that. Thank you. Thanks for the love. Wow. Wowee. That's a wowee situation. Oh my goodness. You know what? I'm feeling nice today. I think today I'll pull up YouTube chat. Know what, YouTube chat? Where are you? Where are you, YouTube chat? Come here. Come here. Let me give you a little hug. Let me give you like a little peck on the cheek. Let me give you a little peck on the cheek. Non-parasocially, just so you know. Non-parasocially. What's this? Being followed. Somebody's here. Somebody's coming this way. Chat, pray for me. Chat, pray. Wallahi, I'm finished. I'm finished, chat.
Baby, that's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
Westside Tyler, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, Raiders. I am happy to have you. Good golly, thank you so much. We've been having so much love today. I literally just got here. We haven't even gotten started yet. We haven't even gotten started yet. Thank you so much. I'm really happy to see you all. We got a lot of stuff to do today. So community moderation. Where the hell is the pop out feature? YouTube, why are you so ass? Actually, unironically, where's the pop out feature? I'm actually wait, where is it? Okay, I found it. I was fighting for my life for like one singular memento, but I'm good now. I'm so good. I don't think I've ever been more good. Okay, here we go. There we go. YouTube chat, I can see you now. Okay. What do you have to say for yourself? What do you have to say for yourself? Lexington gang. Lexington gang. Yo, I was in Lexington not too long ago for my sister's law school graduation. She graduated from law school. You can say congratulations, Dr. Miss Shark. Dr. Sister Shark. There you go. Dr. Sister Shark. Congratulations, Dr. Sister Shark, because she's a doctor now. She got her doctorate in law, actually. It was quite wild. I was not expecting her to go that far. My ass hated school. Ignore. We got a weirdo in chat. Do we have to nuke chat in some way? And for it. Yeah, that's so crazy. Artemis dropped 50. Artemis dropped 50. Okay. I don't even think they've typed in chat yet. And just didn't explain. refuses to elaborate and just goes. That's crazy. Gotta go? No problem. Take care. Thanks for the raid again. Thanks for the raid again. Lexington's a nice place. I hate driving there, but Lexington's a nice place. I'm more of a Louisville guy myself. Louisville. All right. While we're here, why not? Let me tell you what we're going to be doing today. So, we got a couple of things to do. I wanted to check out what was going on CPAC. Yes, the circus is back in town. CPAC is back once again, and they had some interesting characters show up and some very weird things happen. So CPAC is something that's on my radar for something that I want to touch on here in one singular momento. So let me pull up a decent amount of this stuff. Let me pull up some of this stuff. There we have that too, and then dude, have you guys seen what's going on with I'm Alex? Like the I'm Alex allegations going. I guess I can't even say allegations. They're literally just, a lot of them are just videos of him just abusing his girlfriend over Discord. Which I'm gonna be honest, that's the most YouTuber thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Verbally abusing your girlfriend over Discord that's crazy. That's crazy. Who? Some British commentary child. That's basically how I can describe it. Basically how I'll describe it here. So we got that. Oh man, we gotta do we gotta talk about woke water. We gotta talk about woke water. And we gotta talk about the black church. Good golly, Miss Molly. Oh, there's so many fun little stupid stories out of CPAC. Memento. My bad, anti-woke water. They have anti-woke water now. It smells like white boy summer in here. The black church. Woke water, anti-woke water, actually. Turfs are cringe. Now someone's spitting. So yeah, CPAC is on the menu today. I want to chew through a little bit of that. Also, I wanted to talk a little bit about the conservative push in this country right now for anti contraceptives, birth control, controlling women's reproductive health entirely. I want to talk a little bit about that. I want to go over Charlie Kirk's radicalization as well, because if you didn't know, Charlie Kirk is actually really radical compared to 2016. He's far to the right of the Charlie Kirk of 2015, 16, and early 2017. I would even say he's far to the right of even 2018 Charlie Kirk. I'm going to be honest with you. He has radicalized extensively, and I want to go over a little bit of that today. Maybe I'll do a more broad segment on that sometime in the future. But it is actually quite sad and scary how bad he's has he hit ultra instinct? No, going like far right ultra instinct. That's when you become a friend of Nick Fuentes, right? Which some people have here that we're going to be talking about today. Like an actual, like a Muslim guy, okay, who, a Muslim guy who's friends with Nick Fuentes and went to go have a sit down talk with David Duke about being anti-Israel together. And so yeah, there was that. That was quite weird stuff. Fuentes is Xenosama of racism. So I wanted to go over that. There's a bunch of a couple smaller stories too. So I wanted to start off with what happened, what's going on in CPAC, and then I want to tackle some of these littler stories that I personally find a bit interesting, right? Oh, the other day, pro-Trump Republicans versus anti-Trump Republicans middle ground. You know that's gonna go crazy. Donald Trump has actually been making inroads and friends into Silicon Valley as well. I want to touch on that. But Donald Trump's W's that he's been getting in some polling averages recently have has been outweighed, at least in my mind, by the fact that his chief spiritual officer that he hired in his 2016 election campaign came out as a PDF who has a rap sheet of doing bad things to a 12-year-old back when he was a young pastor. Lauren Chen goes genuinely insane, and there's some gun stuff, but I'll probably hold that off. Candace Owens versus Piers Morgan. That was really interesting. Well, some of that was interesting from what I've seen, but I haven't been able to watch the whole thing yet. We won't have time, but we won't be doing everything here today. This is just letting you know what I have on the docket to talk about through the rest of this week. On top of that, I do also want to talk about how Google destroyed its search algorithm by integrating AI way too soon in an attempt to head off Microsoft's and ChatGPT's push into the AI sphere. What the hell was that?
If they want to get you, they'll get you.
What the fuck was that? What's going on? Oh. I've never been so scared in my entire life. I'm gonna be real with you. War. I got scared. What happened? Me too. What happened is that accidentally one of Charlie Kirk's thought crime videos started playing in the background. I did not actually know about that. Hey, come on, square. You want a treat? You stinking child. You want a treat? They want to give you a treat. Okay, give me a second. Give me a second. Do I have a treat around here? Keep a treat up here. I don't think so. Here, you want to come with me? Okay, 1 second. I have to go get him a treat. Someone redeemed the treat. Come on. You gotta not do that. So full of whimsy. So whimsical and beautiful. Hello, Mr. Shark. Hello, Peanut. GF jump scare, right? She's so scary. She's scary with her beauty. It must have been what it must have been what Moses saw when that angel said, "Be not afraid," and it was the scariest thing he's seen in his entire life. It must be what it was like. There's no way ifs, ands, and buts about it, right? Okay. Let's do a little talkies. I've been yapping for a whole hour. So let's get to some work yap. Work yap. Okay. So as many of you know, some of you don't know, the circus is back. That's right. CPAC is back on once again. And they actually held it in a pretty interesting state and city, Detroit, Michigan. Yeah, one of the blackest Midwest cities. They decided to hold their event there. And you know what? One of the funniest things about it is that they did that because I thought that holding it in Detroit, Michigan, would specifically be to kind of pander to to like, you know, more than white people. That's what I thought was going to happen. But then what actually happened is that they had a Caucasian caucus, and even had professional slong slobberer JD Vance come out and pull this.
From evil.
God-fearing American dubstep. Yup, that's JD Vance in his wicked shades, coming out in his poorly fitting suit. What's that? Yup, it's White Boy Summer. Detroit! Welcome, Detroit! It's why I love white boys. Fuck, dude. Fuck, he loves white boys. Happy Pride, JD Vance. Happy Pride. Yeah, I totally thought it was supposed to be a pander to like black Americans or something, but it literally wasn't. It was just I don't even know why they went there then. You could go to way like a different part of the state. In that case, like a more white part of the state, if you were really looking for if you're really looking to just pander to white people. But I don't know, the messaging is very strange. The messaging is very strange. Just white boy summer. Hello, darky. You should vote for White Boy Summer. He had more merch. He had more white merch. He even handed out pink White Boy Summer hats. Yeah, I love imperialist. What kind of what genre is that? You know how Electric has so many genres in it? On Monster Cat, what would that song be? Would that be under like imperialism? Like imperialist trap beat? Bro Step. You know what? That would go crazy. Bro Step is insane. Bro Step is so insane. You're so right. But obviously, you're the typical goons that you would expect show up at CPAC normally did, right? But there was yeah, there was Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh well, actually, my bad. Sorry, this is actually a different event, completely different event. While this was going on, Donald Trump went up to speak. Obviously, because he's the nominee. We're in an election year. You would expect that Trump would be there, and he did. And he wanted to make a stark contrast between him and Biden, because he is smart and young, 78, and Biden is stupid and old, 82. So here's Donald Trump letting the people know that he's as sharp as a tack, sharp as he ever has been.
At the end of the speech, I'll be taking some questions. So this is different than Joe Biden. He doesn't take any questions.
Joe Biden would never take questions. He's too old and weak and feeble and stupid and woke and cringe to be able to take those are just 6 reasons. I have a billion more. I read a whole book for why Joe Biden would never take questions and Donald Trump would. There was only one problem, is that at the end of the speech, Donald Trump actually forgot to take questions and then just walked off stage with Charlie. He just left. He didn't, he forgot. He rambled on too long, and he just walked off stage with Charlie, and nobody said anything. Nobody said a single thing. I thought it was funny. I was pretty funny. Just gone. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yeah, see, you're right. He did take questions. He put them in his pockets and walked out with them. Yeah, he took all the questions. He took all the questions with him backstage. Oh, but like things are going kind of crazy. If you didn't know, a couple days ago was actually Donald Trump's birthday, right before CPAC, and the conservatives did it, and the conservatives celebrated his birthday in the most normal way possible, by having a life-size cutout of him with a MAGA hat, and they all sung "Happy Birthday" to his effigy.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Okay, just so you know, this is actually crazy. They bought him a cake. If you didn't know, they actually bought him a cake. He's got a whole cake. Do you think that they took the cutout's face and like smushed it into his slice? What's wrong, Donald? Don't like your slice? Don't like chocolate? Oh, I should have gotten a vanilla cake. You're right. But eat up. Everyone's eating, Donald. Eat up. Mr. President. You gonna blow out your candle?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Trump. Happy birthday to you.
It's so beautiful. It's the love that they have for this man. It's so beautiful. Oh my gosh. If you didn't know, like if you didn't see, like, I want to examine this table for a second too, because I think it's so wild. So they're drinking Ultra. They're drinking, is that Michelob Ultra? So they're sipping on Michelob Ultra. The glass table is completely covered in Donald Trump stickers. I didn't even know he made those. They have a it seemed like a New York Times newspaper already framed on the wall of his 34 felony conviction verdict. They have the old AI generated, actually I can't say AI generated, right? That's an actual artist. They have the old meme artist drawing of Donald Trump on a tank on a flag that they didn't even iron, and they stuck it up on the wall. Just the fact that they have the cutout in so many MAGA hats, it's this dude. This is so crazy, man. They try and say that like the left is crazy. I've never seen even liberal leftist room look anything like this. This is genuinely insane. Never surrender, Trump 2024, unmask. It's just, what's happening? This is cult shit. You think after they were done singing and eating, they all stood around him in a circle? They took a Donald Trump branded knife they bought off of Etsy and they slit their palms and they dripped the blood off. Donald Trump, if you can hear us, Donald Trump, defeat Joe Biden in the election. Stop the crooked Democrats from destroying our country. Donald Trump, we give this blood offering to you. If you start speaking in tongues. Start speaking in not the close-up on.
May our dear Lord bless you.
I didn't know they kept singing. Wait a second.
Dear Lord bless you. May our dear Lord, may our dear Lord, may our dear Lord bless you. Happy birthday to you. You belong in the zoo. With the lions and tigers and the big game but you.
How many are they gonna sing him every single birthday song under the sun? They're still going. They're holding there's a freaking encore, man. They're about to start pulling out their lighters. It's this is crazy.
Vienna, yes, Vienna.
Okay. All right. Yeah, very normal stuff going on here, you see. Thank you, Trump. Very good. Very good now. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure. Chat, 1 in chat if you think it does, 2 in chat if you don't think it does. Surpass Marjorie groping Donald Trump's cutout at one of her at one of her speaking events. It doesn't surpass. It doesn't surpass. What? You all don't? I have some people here who don't remember that. Yeah, when Marjorie was having one of her speaking events, she said that she brought this. If you're wondering why this cutout looks a little bit more dingy and beat up than the other Trump cutout, it's because this Trump cutout is one of her personal cutouts from her personal collection. She actually likes to take. She said she likes to take this cutout wherever she goes. It always stays in her car, the same way like an umbrella or like an aux cable would. It stays, the cutout stays in her car and goes with her wherever she goes, so she has to fold it up to be able to, you know, put it in her trunk or in the back seat or something. And so, which is crazy to me, this woman is divorced and she's hauling around a cutout of Trump more than she is her actual children. Probably because it's easier for her to keep custody of this cutout of Trump than her actual kids, because she cheated on her husband. But with this being said, she brought this cutout out to her speaking event, and she was like, "Yeah, we like Trump, don't we? Yeah, I love bringing this cutout wherever I go." And she was like pushing it back up against the wall. She did like this, like trying to pretend to cup his balls or something. And then she did this. She did like a circular motion with her hand on his cutout groin, cardboard cock area. I don't know. It was weird stuff. And we did a video on it a while ago. Thank you, Silhouetted Animator, for the $2 super chat. Why do they want his syphilis so bad? Listen, is it really America if the rich rapist man doesn't have a cult following behind him? It's kind of a prerequisite to become somebody like Donald Trump these days, right? You know, speaking of STDs, did you hear that story about the woman who's suing Neuralink, who worked at the woman suing Elon Musk Neuralink, who worked at the company, because she was scratched by a herpes infected monkey, and now she wants she's suing for damages for what they did to her. No, excuse. Yeah. It happened. It's real. It's real. Apparently, they've been keeping herpes monkeys at at Neuralink to test on. This is one of the Neuralink monkeys that lived after the first round of like monkey testing went so horribly that they started like having seizures, convulsing, and they had to put them down due to like ethical reasons, because they were going through so much suffering. It would be inhumane and illegal to allow them to live after the Elon brain chip was placed into their cranium. So yeah, this was one of the surviving ones. Quite unfortunate. Monkey. Elon Musk's herpes infected monkey. I'm so scared. Yeah, they're pregnant too. Pregnant worker scratched by a herpes infected monkey is just an insane statement. Here, let me see. I'm not sure if I can. Yeah, so not only did they force her to work with them, but also they fired her as well. I think for complaining. I think for complaining about the herpes monkeys that she was forced to work with while pregnant. That scratched her. Let's see. Another week, another lawsuit for an Elon Musk owned company. This one filed by a former Neuralink employee, claiming she was twice. Yikes. Yikes, this herpes monkey scratched me twice. Carrying the herpes B virus, which is potentially deadly to humans. A complaint filed on behalf of Lindsay Short at the Superior Court of California alleges a string of discrimination and retaliatory practices that she claims culminated in her wrongful termination after she cried foul about a lack of correct protective equipment. The filing names Neuralink along with other individuals, and 20 unnamed defendants. Short was hired by Neuralink in March 2021 as a part of an animal care team at its location in Dixon, California. As a mother, she claims it was understood that her work schedule would require flexibility, which concerned her when she was later offered a promotion to animal care lead. When the Dixon location was closed, Short accepted a promotion, like 80 miles away, where she had to relocate for child support. She alleges this legally binding oral agreement received short what strife. My bad. I can't read apparently. Shrift. Thank you. I got it before the AI got it. It's a short shrift in a new setting, which she described as fraught with blame, shame, and impossible deadlines. There's just something that we keep hearing about working for Elon Musk that just makes me kind of worried for people who do. We read this the other day, that article about how Elon Musk is trying to get almost every single one of his employees female employees that works under him pregnant. Once you like show that you're like kind of smart to Elon Musk, and you're a woman who works under him, you're kind of on the radar for impregnation. He puts you on the short list for baby. He puts you on the short list for new baby mama, right? Which is so scary. It's actually really scary. It's so real. And I mean, I would originally be a little bit more skeptical of it if we didn't have so many people coming out to say this is exactly how this man acts. From the hand job for a horse girl, to the Neuralink girl that he impregnated, who worked directly under him, to this other woman who came out recently to say that he was like hitting on her at work. He kept propositioning her to have his baby at work constantly. Like every single day she would come in, he'd be like, damn, you're real smart. Want to have my kids? Just like a freak. And then the newer one that we figured out of the girl that he was dating and cheating on with his ex-wife, his double ex-wife, the ex-wife before his newest ex-wife, which is Grimes. There was another woman before that who he was dating and married to in 2017, 2018, 2014 to 2015, something along those lines. And then he hired her to work directly under him, really high up in the company, straight out of high school, as like a 50-year-old man, and kept hitting her up for booty calls in the middle of the night, even though they said that their relationship was supposed to be more like work related and platonic. So I was just like, I don't know, and the fact that Tesla manufacturing sites have the worst safety ratings and highest number of incidents of any automaker in the country, in this country and in Europe, and the fact that they had that massive racist accusation at a Tesla workshop where they were calling their black employees slaves, and the higher ups didn't do anything about it. So I would be a little bit more incredulous about these types of stories, but it's so in character for Musk-run companies to the point where it's kind of hard for me to not believe it, because it's happened so many times. It's happened so many times. For a Shark stream, well, I'm happy to have you. Yeah, he absolutely wants genius prodigy. I mean, we talked about it before, but there's one thing that I left out. A lot of Elon Musk's ideology these days stems from a little while ago when he was debating back and forth with like rando Redditors, actual Redditors, like anti-child like r/child free Redditors on Twitter, right? Basically what happened is that while he was debating randos on Twitter, and how he was like hearing some other people who were around him saying that they didn't really want kids, and he saw that there were some countries that were experiencing lower birth rates, he was thinking to himself, and he was like, the powers that be And he believed a lot of the Charles Schwab, New World Order, you need to have less kids, the real pandemic is humanity, like all that type of stuff. He started to believe that type of stuff. And his idea for the world was formed by those experiences, and he thinks that the powers that be are looking to drop the birth rate to be able to maintain control over humanity or something along those lines. And so that's why we need to breed, because it's a concerted effort by, you know, them to be able to control us and usurp society by dropping birth rates. A sewer level conspiracy garbo. Yeah, it wraps around into like anti-immigrant sentiment, right? So the idea that you have more immigrants come into the country to help shore up lower birth rates, he thinks that's a way, that's like a form of white replacement, but not really necessarily white. He just thinks the country in general. And also he thinks that stupid people have too many children. And so he's not he's still libertarian minded a bit, so he's not like super pro eugenics in the sense that he wants the government to come in and stop, you know, quote unquote low IQ people from having children. He just thinks that since he's a billionaire and he's a genius, and him and his fellow billionaire friends should be pumping out as many children as possible so they can breed out the underlings, like the peons, the untouchables at the bottom of the rung who are stupid and lazy and constantly having way too many children, which is tipping the balance of America's brilliance in the way of low IQ, which will lead the world to destruction because too many stupid people will be in the world. So since he thinks he's smart, that's why he keeps trying to breed with as many women as possible, because he thinks he's passing down like his big brain DNA to as many children as he can to hopefully like make a sort of vanguard for the West against stupid poor people who have too many kids. So basically, to wrap up, he wants to be the Genghis Khan of Silicon Valley. The lawsuit also includes allegations of various labor law violations, such as failure to pay minimum and overtime wages. That sounds like Elon. Short claims she was also forced to work through her breaks and was not compensated for additional work. That sounds like Elon. The filing deadlines, the filing details two instances when Short was attacked by lab monkeys, rhesus macaques infected with herpes B, on which Neuralink carried out experiments to develop its brain computer interface. In September 2022, one reached through the cage and scratched Short's hand through her glove, and it broke the skin. Crazy how you don't have PPE that can protect you from monkey scratches when you work with herpes monkeys, but okay. Short claims she was again exposed to herpes B in March 2023 when she was forced to perform a procedure she said had never been done before, and Neuralink failed to provide the necessary training for. And the result is completely undescribed, but apparently they were doing some crazy bullshit to a poor monkey, and the monkey lashed out and scratched her for like the inhuman feats that they were committing upon this poor primate, I guess. Okay. The result of that, the result was that the animal scratched her face, prompting her to request medical attention, she alleges. She was also threatened with severe repercussions if the incident was repeated. In both cases, Short claims that Neuralink did not wish to report the injuries to the USDA. Nice. And OSHA. They wanted to keep the incident from the USDA and OSHA. Nice. Keep it from the people who regulate the treatment of the monkeys, and keep it from the people who regulate your treatment of your employees. Ah, perfect. It's the perfect scheme, serving as the basis for a retaliatory animus against her. She also alleges that the PPE provided during the experiments was insufficient, bearing her skin and allowing her to be injured by the herpes monkey. Yeah, that's crazy. Anyways, this isn't even what we were supposed to be talking about. Anyways, back to CPAC. I just had to touch on that because I thought it was just such an insane story. The perfect crime. Please don't report what we did to you. You will be fired. Herpes B, the powers that be. Monkey. Something's happening right now. So she has herpes now? I don't know. Actually, I have no clue. They didn't say that she had herpes, but she probably didn't want to reveal whether or not she had herpes. I don't know. That might be a part of the sealed, a sealed pot, or it's inconsequential, right? But yeah, also outside of White Boy Summer, there was also something really interesting happening at CPAC. You know how like there's a bunch of conservative grifters trying to make like there's a whole grift verse out there, but now there's like a whole grift economy based on like mainstream normie CPAC conservative stupidity, and like biases and anti woke fears. You know how there was like the anti woke beer right after they were like doing a targeted harassment campaign on Dylan Mulvaney. Now you've heard of woke beer. Get ready for so you've heard of anti woke beer. Get ready for anti woke water. All right, because they've now been able to produce water that's free from wokeness. Lead, we're not sure. Asbestos, you're asking too much. Wokeness, now we can do that. It's been a company that's been in the works for a little while that that always helps try to sponsor CPAC, but this is the first time they tried to pretend to be anti-woke Oprah and give everybody a complimentary bottle of anti-woke water when they came to CPAC. Let me see, can I? It's 100% lead. It's actually supposed to be liberal tears. That's what it's actually supposed to be. Here, let me see. They had a stand. Yeah. Here we go. Earlier in February, they had a stand out. It's actually in the thumbnail today. But yeah, so they had a standout, and you see this is the cringe woke white liberal. Their tears, woke tears water. It's anti woke. It's identifies as transparent. Oh shit! It goes so crazy. They couldn't afford somebody who actually does marketing, so they had to go to My bad. They had to go to Midjourney. Well, what was that? ChatGPT. The ChatGPT image generator one to make a woke liberal crying instead of actually having, somebody draw it or something. Somebody who has graphic design as their passion actually made the label too. It looks so fake. Yeah, it looks bad. It does not look good, but it doesn't really matter, right? It's not like concern. Don't get me wound up. Don't get me wound up. Conservatives in art is just so crazy to me, okay? Because like conservatives of the past, the conservatives who have like statue PFPs and think of and constantly are thinking about the fall of Rome, those guys just couldn't give a shit less about art. Like, none of them, none of these people would commission like the Sistine Chapel or the Statue of David or like the Passion of Christ or any of those large venerated pieces of art throughout history that were commissioned by powerful rich people to have beautiful art, right? Of usually religious things. If these people think that they're as religious, but they can't, but they've spent so much time shitting on the actual people who are good at art and who love art and who make art their job, that almost none of them either work for them or they're too cheap and money driven to actually want to give money to get the beautiful things that they think society makes good. They can't bring themselves to be able to return to tradition, which is like actually commissioning good art that looks beautiful and could last thousands of years. This art didn't even look good the second it was generated by a computer. It's so wild. It's so wild. They used up more water generating this image. Yeah, I don't know. I always thought it was just so crazy. I personally thought, right, that conservatives, like, I don't know, like freaking Matt Walsh, Charlie Kirk, after his like big conservative his big like religious fanatic turn would start. I thought he'd be sitting among like new, like he I thought, dude, like they'd be sitting among like having their own, their studios would be like big, sorry, their studios would be like little Sistine chapels or something, and they commission religious artists to paint new stained glasses and paintings and stuff like that for them of like Jesus and Christ and other important events in like the older New Testament or something. But it's just AI and this, all of it looks exactly like this. Even the White Boy Summer flag that they had looked exactly like. Do I still have that up? Do I have the White Boy Summer flag up? I don't. I got rid of it. But even the White Boy Summer flag has this exact same look to it. It's like there's one guy who just learned Photoshop, and they had him make all of their stuff. You got to do that failed artist to conservative fascist pipeline. Oh, hate to see it. Really do hate to see it. Quite sad. But anyways, they started this new company, Anti-Woke Water, and this time at CPAC was the first time that it's gotten so much play, and they worked with the people to actually get people the anti-woke water, and they actually made a commercial about it too.
What if your choice of water could make a statement? What if it could symbolize your commitment to values like freedom, individuality, and self-reliance?
Why does water need to do that? Why does water need to do that? Why? Bitch, it's water. I'm gonna be honest with you, like, why would you need to do that? Why would you want your water I don't even want my water to do that. I don't know. I've never been sitting at home and been like, "Ooh, I need some progressive water. I need my water to be political." This has to be the natural progression of when Charlie was on his when he was on his show and was like, I'm looking through my fridge now, wonder, is my ketchup bottle woke? Sparkling Fairy, thank you so much for the tier 1 subscription on the site, for joining the frenzy and being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. Thank you for the support on the site. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, please hit the like button. It helps other people join the stream if you're enjoying what you're watching. I'm really happy to be able to stream more for you guys. I feel like I'm getting back into it. I feel like I lost my way for a moment, but I'm kind of feeling back on. And it's not the Adderall. It's not the new Adderall either. Notice that all conservative art is ass. There's something about that. Right? There's something strange about that. Yeah, they just kind of hate art. They've spent so much time shitting on like the people, you know, it's crazy because they're like, the world today is full of ugliness. Okay, but you've literally spent the past like 4 decades shitting on the people who make the world beautiful. Those those people who go to college for flower arrangements and not, you know, stem cell research or something. My bad. I can't do stem cell. They hate stem cell research, right? Those like architects and building planners and interior designers that make our society beautiful. As a society, we've cared less about beauty, which I think is very sad. I think it's coming back in some ways. Like it's unfortunate that a place looks beautiful at some point and that we're like, wow, that's rare. It shouldn't be rare. Every place should really look beautiful, honestly. I think when things look better, you definitely feel better. But yeah, like, I don't know, man. Why hasn't like Sneeko and crew or whatever who are now on their little fake religious kick, why don't they like pull together some money and get like a 3-ton block of Italian marble from the same quarry that Da Vinci got his to carve the statue of David and bring it home and set it up in set up in some rural town or something, or I don't know, maybe LA or wherever, Miami, and have some great artisan carve a Pepe out of it, or doing a Nazi salute or something, whatever they think art is these days. But they just don't care. They just don't care. It's quite sad. Literally me, they hate my florist degree. I love people with florist degrees. I'm gonna be honest, they make the world look better. Chad, do you think this water would taste better or worse than the water in Atlanta? Because it's really hard to get worse than the water in Atlanta, you know? Don't bring up Flint, Michigan. That doesn't count. You just hate that water because it's brown. Racist. Fuck.
Freedom 2.0 water isn't just about what's inside the bottle. It's about the message it sends with every sip. With labels like, this water isn't free, but your speech is. It's not just refreshing. It's rebellious, and it's unapologetic to drink.
It's rebellious. I'm spray painting on the side of my own building. Obey the system. It's rebellious. My water is. I'm a rebellion sipping this trans people stinky water. What's this one say? 1488. Yep, that's a good one. I love my rebellious water. Nobody but these people think like this. Nobody but these people think like this. I'm kind of flabbergasted. I'm gonna be real with you. Rebellious water is just vinegar. I need to drink some kombucha sometime.
Drink this in public. Can you freaking believe it? But that's where we are. It's a reminder that even the most ordinary acts, like taking a sip of water, can be infused with meaning and purpose.
This has to be the conservative version of Apple removing the headphone jack and then bumping up the price of wireless headphones. It has to be. This is exactly it. You've heard of planned obsolescence. Get ready for planned stupidity. We've been planning for years to make you all to drop your IQ low enough that you want to buy anti-woke water with shitty bumper sticker quips on it. Everything that's been on your feed for the last 6 months has been orchestrated by me with paid actors and animatronics. I spent $500,000 of David Sachs's money to be able to to be able to sell you anti-woke water.
By choosing to drink Freedom 2.0, you're not just choosing a brand, you're choosing to stand up for what you believe in. Try Freedom 2.0 and tag me in your Instagram story for a repost. Hold on, drink break.
Wait, that's the exact same way Obama took a sip of Flint, Michigan water. Did you see that? That was look at her face. Wait, that tastes like shit. Wait, why is she sipping that thing like a president who says that they fixed Flint, Michigan's water, man? What's happening? She did not drink that water. She did not sip that. Did she even swallow? Okay, sure. Yeah, she took the Flint, Michigan. She took that Flint swig. That so delicious. That's good. That's good. I feel like it'd get you sick. It seemed like the type of water that would get you sick. I'm gonna be real. I feel like you would have a better chance drinking. I think you had a better chance than those YouTubers drinking Belle Delphine's bathwater. Wait, this is so funny. Right after this, apparently James Lindsay came up on stage and was like, "How based is this?" James says of the weekend schedule, starts on Flag Day, ends on Father's Day. That's based, right, guys? Oh, I love being based. Jojo Mojo, thank you so much for the tier 1 for joining the frenzy and being It's incredibly pog. I appreciate you. Thank you. Uh, the real rebellious water. Juice Row founder now promoting $40 jugs of raw water in Silicon Valley. Raw water? What? Oh, there's a market for everything. Our society lives in its last days. The last day. You're witnessing the last days of America. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Raw water. They've been drinking raw water in rural India for quite some time now. Can you imagine Can you imagine walking up in CPAC and they ask you, how do you like your water? You say medium rare. Like you simmer it, you don't boil it. Oh my gosh. Dude, I swear. Listen, some people said it was a little mean to start to call conservatives plague rats during the pandemic, but I gotta be honest with you. The type of people who would buy and drink this type of water are definitely plague rats. This is absolutely how 1/3 of Europe died back in the Dark Ages. There's no way it isn't, right? It's all natural water. Ah, yes, all natural sewage. Finally, yes. Can you imagine right on the other side of this road is like a parking lot or something? It's just like oil and gasoline and rubber bits. Oh, dude, it's so nasty, dude. You can't live in society and drink random water. You can't drink water from a random PVC pipe coming from the ground. Is he still doing it? Because I personally didn't think he was going to be able to make it. I didn't think he'd last that long. Oh, and one funny thing about CPAC, okay? So take a look at this picture. It's so crazy. From Sneeko Updates, the new faces from the right wing. You have the short Muslim guy, the Botox woman, Sneeko, professional dumbass, the N-word girl, the N-word guy. It's just, it's so wild. DEI, degenerate, DEI. Well, sorry, short. Fail son. Yeah, choose your fighter. This is the N-word girl here. The only reason why she's here is because she said the N-word on TikTok like 3 times. And they thought it was so epic they needed to give her an entire like news cycle career in conservative media. That's literally all she did. They said, how many Americans are in this pic? 5 white Americans. We're so cooked. New faces of the right wing. We're so cooked. Look at my right wing movement, dog. Just so you know, if you ever think that you have it bad, just remember, you're not these guys. They said, let the Jews stay in power if this is what's next for us. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Okay? Like, if the Jews are in control of the world, they've been doing a pretty okay job at it. You know? Like, they're definitely, I disagree with them on like some things. Sure, yeah, but like, if anybody else was gonna do it, I'd rather the Jews do it, man. They've been doing a pretty good job so far. It really could be a lot worse. It could be a lot worse, you know? Didn't they cancel her because her kid has dark hair? Yeah, they say she got canceled by the right wing as well because they say she's a single mother who had sex with a Muslim and gave birth to a mixed race child who's a blight on the white race. It's over. Look at like a community college pamphlet. God damn, it's over. We're not gonna make it. Oh no. Oh, billions. The West has fallen. Billions must die. They can't change the course of conservative politics now. It's over. The American right wing, Solomon Ahmed, Pakistani Muslim, a Greek, Filipino, no clue what he is. Sneako's Filipino? Do you think can he speak like Tagalog or something? Willie Gaddis, I don't know. Jake Shields, just vomit. Nick Fuentes, Cuban. Wait. Is there any like purebred? Is there even one purebred like white Anglo-Saxon in this picture? I don't even think there's one. It's it's actually never been more over. This chick gotta be trans. This clearly tells you the Jews are winning. None of them are American. I'm telling you, dude, guys, the Jews are doing a good job. If they control the world, the Jews are doing a great job doing it. I gotta be honest. They work in mysterious ways, and I'm kind of a fan of their work. I'm kind of a fan of their labor. I gotta be honest. I thought we had to fight hard for this world, fight hard for human rights. But honestly, I'm more in the camp of like, keep calm and Jews take the wheel. Just you got this. They've been doing a good job so far. Just keep it up. If we can stay on this path, I think we got something good coming for us. You love to see it. That's Solomon Ahmed dude. He's a complete piece of shit, just so you know. He's a huge Nick Fuentes fan, and this is not an edited picture. This is not AI. He actually had a sit-down conversation about how white people need to control America more and how Jews are controlling the world with actual unironic David Duke. This is him. This is the actual literal KKK king, David Duke. I just thought it was a little silly. I see some people retweeting and liking this guy's stuff on Twitter. I'm telling you, you're hyping up a demon. You're hyping up you're hyping up a cursed spirit. You're hyping up a cursed spirit, and it needs to stop. That's all I'll say. That's all I say. That's all I say. Dude, do you think that he blends, since he doesn't have a tan, do you think he blends in with being white or something? But he'll be able to wiggle his way out of it once the death camps come. Once the exterminations and the expulsions come, he'll be like, but Nick, I was right there by your side at AF Pack 4. Please. Please. Yeah, Fuentes was there too. If you guys didn't know, Fuentes has made it a tradition to crash CPAC every time he goes. Every time there is a CPAC, what he likes to do is show up, make a scene, get kicked out, do a little speech about it, and everything. So that he did it again this year. I was kind of gonna cover it, but then I realized that I kind of don't care. I'm gonna be after a little while. I started realizing that I kind of don't care. Because nothing really happened. Honestly, he came in, they were like, leave. He called them all Jews, and then he went to go, and then he did a little speech about why he'd kill himself for America or something. I don't know. He had a little speech about it. Anyways, after that happened, right? He actually was going to have, it's called AF Pack, America First Pack. It's where him and his Nazi buddies have a little speech where they suck each other off about how they're going to stop the Jews and the blacks and the women from controlling America. It actually got canceled because they tried to lie to the person who was hosting the venue that they definitely weren't Nazis, and somebody tipped them off, and then it got canceled. Actually, the AF Pack is canceled. Very sad. Very, very sad. So they had a speech outside of CPAC anyways. But the last, oh yeah, they did this outside of CPAC.
Next Monday. Why is that? Because they do not care about us.
Ooh, whoa.
The young Americans, and instead of in there where they say the young Americans are, we're fucking here.
Yeah, of course. All right, when's your mom picking you up, man? Like, it's gonna get dark soon. I know she doesn't want you out past your, when the street lights come on. I know she doesn't want you out there while the street lights are still on. You should call her. Bro looks like he still has one of those ladybug phones. He's so young, he looks like he has one of those ladybug phones. You remember those? Or those little fake phones that that like parents give their kids before they give them actual phones with 3 buttons on it. Mom, mommy, daddy, and the cops. Looks like he's carrying that around in his pocket. Not like a grown, he's not a grown adult. He's just groomed. He's been groomed. He's been groomed, and it's so sad. So very sad. Black man and a ginger, so diverse. What do you mean they are diverse? Somebody there has 15% Italian descent. You wouldn't get it. You wouldn't understand it. On top of this, while Trump was in Detroit, he decided to make a stop for the blacks. He wanted to make a stop for the blacks. He decided, he was invited to a black church in he was invited to a black church in Detroit. Actually, the only problem was that they forgot to invite the black people. They forgot to invite the black people to the Detroit black church. So here's what the church looks like on the inside. Bro, it's half full. This place is half full. I see one black person. There's one. Two? There's 2 there. This is the black church, just so you know. Half empty black church filled with white people is crazy. Had Ben Carson come mumble over the microphone before Trump came out. Look, it's blacks for Trump. It's blacks for Trump. Oh, chat, and just so you know, if you thought that church didn't have that many people, you're wrong. Fox News confirmed it was actually 8,000.
Biden's not doing anything like that. Look at the contrast of just this weekend. You got Donald Trump in Detroit talking to 8,000 people, and then at a black church, of course. By the way, he did that. Biden's not doing anything.
8,000, talking to 8,000 people at a black church. Of course. 8,000 people at a black church. Maybe one of the blackest of churches, even. Just so you know, this is Detroit, Michigan. This is Detroit. This city is 1/5 black. And there's two black people in this picture so far. Ooh, you could count the black people who went to this all black church on your, who went to this black church on like your hands? They had a couple guys in there though. And just if you were wondering that if I don't know if it just wasn't that packed because Trump wasn't there, there's some pictures of it. Nah, man. there just weren't that many people at the church. He was just vibing. He was just vibing, man. I don't know. Maybe the delegation just decided not to come because of it. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But yeah, that black church, I don't know. There's something wrong with it. There's something wrong. I think it's missing. I feel like church is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. Bald. Yeah, it's quite weird. Quite weird stuff. But yeah, that's CPAC so far. A bunch of weird stuff happening. Pretty curious, but you know, I bet it was fun. I bet it's fun for a lot of people. A decent amount of like hard right conservatives went there too. Like Giga Nazi Vincent James. If you remember him back in 2015, 2016, he was on YouTube still, before YouTube changed its terms of service to not support neo-Nazis as much if they could help it, if they felt like it. And so he lost his channel, right? And apparently things haven't been going well for him ever since. Actually, should I pull this up? I'm not sure. I hope they don't say any slurs in the comment section or anything. Do they actually forget? Nah, it seemed like we're free of slurs. But yeah.
This morning, I got up at 7 a.m. I went to go do one of the odd jobs that I needed to do. I removed junk. That's what I did. I removed junk from a place, and I did that, and it took a few hours. And then I come home, and I do some other shit I got to do. I work on some other stuff, and now we're streaming. Now we're doing the show.
I'm just going to be honest with you. This guy went from one of the prominent fixtures in the YouTube far right like commentary sphere to literally like being co-workers with Wally. Which, not to shit on the job, I don't know what he was doing. It seemed like he was just he's picking up like Facebook Craigslist gigs these days. Which, you know, there's no shame in that. What's like, this is coming from somebody who worked at McDonald's before I started doing this, right? There's absolutely no shame in that. But I just think it's such a wild contrast to go from that to this now, right? Like I thought that he would have like a little gravy train going on with like the other conservatives who'd be helping him after all that stuff happened, but nah, apparently he has to like take trash and turn it into squares with Wall-E all day.
Recorded, I edited, I posted, and now we're doing the show. I do all of this. Plus now I have a day job. I posted about this on Telegram. I have a day job now where I do things. I do certain things. Because I can't get a job. Because when you Google my name, it's bad news. So I have to, in order to keep this operation going, I have to do some other things.
Yeah, I'm going to be so real with you. I know we make fun of these people a lot. I know we clown on them constantly. But this is just kind of sad. Because he did this to himself, right? There's freedom of speech, but what conservatives really want is freedom of consequences for your speech. This is the guy who spent years of his life rallying against minorities in the country, making that basically his job. And it's come out to the point where he's become so prolific. He did exactly what he was looking for when it comes to building up his brand and making these ideas known. But at what cost, right? Well, the cost of having a normal life. Because who wants to work with somebody like that? I wouldn't want to work with somebody like that. How can you have this person work in a society where they have to work with minorities and women constantly, who he looks down upon just as they are, right? It's hard. Who wants to hire that type of person? The stress they could bring to a workplace, the dysfunction that they could bring to a workplace. Which is, it's honest, right? I'm just being honest, right? And he brought it upon, he knew the consequences. He brought it upon himself. He used his real face and real name and tied it to some of the worst possible ideas in civilized society. And now has to live his life streaming on cozy.tv and doing Craigslist jobs to put food on the table. I just think that's sad. I genuinely think that's sad. I think it's sad. I think having this type of like wild conservative, like wild, like reactionary beliefs is genuinely a form of self-harm, right? And it's not just him, it's a lot of these people. Like this guy too. There's videos on videos on videos of people like this.
I'm really untouchable. I can't go work for a congressman. That's not going to happen. I can't go get a job even at like a McDonald's, because that's just, I'm too, you look me up. Look my name up, everyone watching. Dalton Clodfelter, and see what you find, and then let me know if you'd hire me.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. I looked up his name. One of the things that came up was him doing role playing a Nazi on Omegle and shouting slurs and doing Hitler Nazi salutes and all the like. That was one of his bits as far as I saw. That's one of the things that came up. Funny bit, yeah, hilarious bit. Role playing, yes. You know what? Let's see. Let's Google his name myself. What else comes up when I Google his name? University of Florida to investigate pro Kanye chalk messages for anti-Semitism. Apparently he was running around the University of Florida writing "Christ is King" #Yay24 around Florida's campus. That was one of the things he got up to apparently. #Yay is right. He would write. This is at the peak of when Kanye West was in the news for his like anti-Jew turn. Yeah, Yay is right, Christ is King #Yay24, right? So that's one thing that he did. That comes up when you look up his name. This is so funny. There's an article in the Daily Dot saying, is he the next Nick Fuentes? No. It seems like he's the next right-wing NEAT. Seems like that's what he became instead. Now at 22, Claude Felter, who was a part of Fuentes' Groyper army and considers the avowed racist anti-Semite a close friend and mentor, is bringing the same unabashed hate and racism to college campuses. Yeah, no, he wasn't. He was not. He did not make it. Yeah, I don't know. Like destroying your life for these insane politics is just very, I don't know, it's just, it has to be a form of self-harm. It's very sad because all of them knew what was going to happen. And when you tie your name and your face to like the worst ideologies out there, and I don't know, it's just like they walk out into a field with a bag of seeds and they're like, and then like they come back a couple months later and they're like crying with the sickle as they're forced to reap, like, no, oh no. Oh no. No. Who could have seen this coming? Someone should have told me. Why me? They're kneeling at their bedside. They're kneeling at their bedside at night, hands clasped, head down like Aunt May, praying to the Lord, why do you give me your hardest battles? Jesus steps down from his throne of clouds and said, dog, you just need to stop being racist. And they say, you know I can't do that. You know I can't do that. That's literally all you gotta do, man. That's all you gotta do. Just stop being racist. It's too hard. It's too hard. Owie. Did you see that James Charles is back? Not only is not only is he back, apparently he's doing the YouTube thing where he's releasing a song now. It's called Bring Me Water.
Bring me water, Sylvie. Bring me a little water now.
He'll know. Nah, he hopped in the kiddie pool looking for his next date. Forgot he couldn't swim. Forgot he couldn't swim. James Charles at the local kiddie pool. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, no, no. Who could have seen this? Someone's asking for a ban in Twitch chat? What do you hate, free speech or something? But you're so right. You couldn't be more right. Trying to get out of the sinking ship. Really, all he had to do was stop hitting up minors on his social media accounts to show him their armpits and genitals. He just needed to like not do that, but he really just couldn't. He just couldn't. Like on TikTok, and the kids had like he sees their faces. He knows that they're young and his fans. They had like most of them had their names in their like profiles, and he still couldn't stop himself from trying to get with some of them. I don't know, man. It's just there's a real problem. There's a real problem with that guy. There's a real problem with that guy. Real problem with that guy. Real problem with that guy. I can't sleep. It's a nightmare. A nightmare. You're not there. I eat breath when you're not there. Shark, please stop. Nightmare. You're not there. Well, as the CPAC circus was going on, did you know that Joe Biden actually held a fundraiser in LA? It was a star-studded fundraiser too. They actually, it was kind of crazy. Chat, they even had Bowser come out as an opener for Biden. I'm not lying. They actually had Bowser come. It was crazy. Gay Bowser, normal Bowser.
A few days ago, my manager called me and said George Clooney and Julia Roberts wanted me to help out the president and speak here tonight. And I said, I am in. When and where? And
I love my president. Joseph R. Biden Jr. Save me.
And they said, Jack, we know how busy you are. You don't have time. Look at all the other events that are happening tonight that you already turned down. MC at the Fliegelman Bat Mitzvah. The opening of the new Jack in the Box in Oxnard. Judge at the 2nd annual Imperial Valley Avocado Festival. You don't see that on Meryl Streep's resume. I said, I know I turned them down, but my president needs me. Thank you. And then they hit me with the big one. They said, Jack, you can't go. You have nothing to wear. Your good suit is in the cleaners. Well, were they?
His voice kind of reminds me of, what is it? This is from this movie. The one with the panda that learns like karate. Karate Panda? Something like that. It reminds me of that.
Wrong.
He sounds familiar.
I had this to wear. My kick-ass American flag overalls. Most patriotic outfit of all time.
So true.
That shut him up. There wasn't much they could say after that. And when the president wins in November...
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to get a sweet shout out in his victory speech for what I gave up to be here. Because when democracy is at stake, Jack Black answers the call. Mr. President, you're welcome. That's not the president. That's not Judge. It's a random dude. But I thought it would look better if I talked right to a guy.
Thank you, Jack Black. Very cool. So yeah, Jack Black was the opener. There was George Clooney who came out too. Dude, can you imagine if this is actually like a bump for Joe Biden in the polls? Can you imagine people are like, oh shit, you telling me Jack Black likes this guy? Well, that's all you had to say. That's all you had to say. Zoomers love Jack Black. So Gen Alpha loved Jack Black too. You'd be surprised what influences people. I would not be shocked if all of these celebrities coming out for Joseph R. Biden Jr. actually had a meaningful effect on the race. I'm telling you now, I would not be shocked. I would not be shocked. I would not be surprised. It'd be very funny. It would just be funny. It'd just be silly funny. That's it. Because this is, oh man, holy shit. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine like the August fundraiser is Taylor Swift or something? Dude, they'd be finished. Remember earlier in the year, or was that last year? Chat, which one was it? Earlier in the year or last year, when conservatives were making plans for like their doomsday, when Taylor Swift hops in the race and supports Joe Biden? You remember that? Like Donald Trump and crew have been planning over the last like little while to combat the force of Taylor Swift, because Taylor Swift is because they fear Taylor Swift formally backing and appearing with Joe Biden and being on like at least some campaigning with Biden would lead to an avalanche of white women surging back to the Democratic Party, sealing off their inroads into suburbs and swing states and ruining their chances of winning back the presidency. Like they actually have a plan. They actually have like been setting plans in motion to try to counter the titanic force of Taylor Swift. Apparently, it's been really funny. I'm going to be honest. Donald Trump has been having conversations in the background about what to do if like Taylor Swift drops. Scared shitless, horrified. Taylor the Swift, so true. But she came out for Hillary and Biden last time, but they're looking to actually work with Taylor Swift this time. It literally break their brains. It did already break their brains. Remember when that guy released an article on some, was it Breitbart or something? Some right-wing, I think the Blazes news publication, how they released an op-ed titled "The Left Has Taylor Swift, We Have Cat Turd." Unironically, that was their, that at the time, that was the best that they could do when it comes to combating the sheer force of Taylor Swift. Was they were like, we have famous Twitter user Cat Turd. That'll do it. They can't stand up against us. Cat turd to the rescue. Yes. Yes. Yeah, he ran over his own dog. There's something up with conservatives and killing their own dogs recently. It's been a problem. It's been a real issue. Like, unironically, there's been several Republicans to come out in the last little bit to talk about how they've murdered their pets. He what? Yeah, he said he used to live on a big ranch, and when he drive back in his truck, the dogs, the outdoor dogs used to run by the truck and bark as he drove back home. But on one fateful day, while he was driving, he felt a and it that dog was no more. That dog was no more. He just ran the fuck over his dog. Oh yeah, wait. Back on the black church, just in case. Okay, you were still wondering. This is as packed and as black as the church was when Trump was there. That's it. They did it. I love you, Donald Trump. A lot of white people. I see white people. I love my Detroit black church. Detroit, a city that's 1/5 black, over 1/5 black actually. That's the best that they could do in a black church too. Like, what other spot in the city could you find more black people? I don't know, man. He tried his best and it wasn't good enough. That's all he got. No gospel or anything. Welcome to White Boy Summer. It's a little bit more of a white boy bummer. Oh, shit. Yo, Chad, okay, listen. We support our progressive Congress people here. And Cori Bush is a good congresswoman. But did you see that she believes that she's a spiritual healer? Did you see that? Where she was talking to PBS in an interview, and she said that she healed a random woman's cancer tumors on her chest with like the love of God or something on the street. Apparently, back when she used to live in St. Louis, her and her friends just used to go out onto the street and just bless people. You know, cute, nice, fine, whatever. She said that one day there was a woman who came up to her and was like, I need help. I need help. I need Jesus in my heart, my body filled with tumor. And she just prayed real hard on her. And she said that she felt the tumors leave. And then the woman just walked away. She just disappeared after that. She was just like, I'm healed. And then just left. Here, she'll tell the story better than me. Take a look.
You're a pastor.
Yes.
You write about healing through faith. At one point, you came across a woman with, quote, several visible tumors on her torso. Tell me what happened.
So at that time, I, along with a group of friends, we would go out on the street and just meet with people and pray with people and offer them food. And this lady came to us and she had these tumors. I mean, she wanted us to like feel them. And I just remember I put my hand on her and my hand just began to move. And the lumps that were there were no longer there. And she was so happy and she like went on about her day. And I never saw her again.
So you think the tumors disappeared?
I do. And this woman was unhoused. She's someone who, you know, had been sleeping in the shelters and sleeping on the street. If I can speak a prayer and I can believe what I believe and you believe that this will help you, then why not offer that to people?
So so while she was helping the homeless and giving out food to poor people, a woman was like, "Can you feel my tumors?" And she was like, "Yes." And apparently the glory of God just entered her tumors and just it eviscerated the bad flesh, and she was just healed. And she just walked away. After that, she just left. She was like, "I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I've never been more good." Which I mean, you, I hate to say it, based. It was based. I'm gonna be honest. It was based. It was based. It's based as fuck. And I'm tired. I'm tired of pretending it's not. I don't know what you were expecting me to say, but it's based as fuck, and I'm tired of pretending that it's not. I think it's badass. I for one, I saw someone say that. I for one am glad that the squad has a cleric. Personally, not everybody wants to take on the DPS role, and I'm actually not everybody wants to take on the support role, and I'm glad that somebody stepped up to do it, and I'm glad it's Corey Bush. I'm glad it's Corey Bush. Corey Bush goes out into St. Louis to help underserved communities and walks up to you like, "Oh, you are healed. Bless you." Cleric or paladin? Cleric. She doesn't fight. She doesn't fight like that. "You are healed. Thank you, Corey Bush." Everyone say thank you, Corey Bush. She is doing the Lord's work, and I'm tired of pretending she's not. She's the party's healer, and I'm tired of pretending she's not. I'm tired of pretending she's not. Some people out here are gonna try and say some weird bullshit about her story. Fuck you. She's the party's cleric, and she'll always have my support. End of story. And there's nothing you can do about it. Die mad. Die mad. That's all I can say. L. W to the healed woman. L to you. Yeah, she hit her with that AoE heal. And I couldn't be happier. I couldn't be happier. She is cured. It is done. It's actually such a weird chess move. What are her haters going to say? It's fake. That's true. Like what like Christian nationalist conservatives are gonna come out and say that it's fake? Nah, bitch. They won't. There's nothing that they can say besides glory to God. That's all you can say, really. Bless up. Somebody needs to be the healer.
Because I know prayer has helped me.
As a trained nurse, you're a member of the medical community. How do you think about those spiritual healings versus medical healings?
Yeah, spiritual healing it's a part of what you believe, and the medical healing it's a similar thing, because I'm going to believe that this treatment that this doctor is giving me is going to help me in my situation. And so as the nurse, I am following the doctor's instructions and giving them whatever the doctor says that they should have. And also for those patients that would say, "Would you also pray with me?" I would pray with them. And so it's the same thing that I would do on the street.
What do you say to people who are likely to disbelieve that story?
They're not the woman that had the tumors.
Cook. 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 You listen, believe what you want. Bless up. May God bless you. You weren't the woman with the tumors. So now what? Now what? Dude, she turned on the broiler on that. She turned it on high. She was not playing around. I believe she believes it. I believe Cori Bush. No equivocation. I believe Cori Bush. Listen, she was healed. Only if she could do that for the rest of us, honestly. Only if we could all give her our spirit energy and she could do an AoE heal on America. And we could do that once a year and then we can call it universal healthcare. I think that'd be badass, honestly. But, you know, I'm not sure if in this, unfortunately, mostly godless nation these days, I'm not sure if we would have even the religious might to even pull something like that together. So while we can't do that yet, I think we should also get Medicare for all and a universal healthcare. Yeah, that's just my opinion. That's my opinion. Got to stay prayed up. That's me. Mind the synaptic gap? No, that's that person that you just typed out. That was the former prime minister of Japan who was assassinated. Yeah, that's Shizo Abe. He's not here anymore, unfortunately. He got done in by the doohickey. Did you see that Candace Owens decided to double, triple, quadruple down on her weird Nazi comments that she likes to make every, couple years? You know how like originally when she really got onto the scene and she was doing a speech with I guess answering questions, not a speech, with Charlie Kirk, and somebody asked her about nationalism, and she originally said that the problem with the Nazis wasn't nationalism, it was the fact that Hitler had dreams outside of his own borders, and that's what the real problem was, not the whole nationalism thing. Apparently she must be like a weird 17-year-old boy who spends way too much time on the internet, because she is bringing up World War II like a bit much.
America shouldn't have gone into that Second World War. Yeah.
Okay, wait. Let me turn this up because the audio's garbage. But yeah. So, anyways, her whole argument here is going to be that we shouldn't have gotten involved in World War II because America and the Allies winning the war made the world a worse place. I'm not joking. Listen to it yourself.
America shouldn't have gone into that Second World War.
Yeah, and that is a radical statement. People don't know how to deal with that because...
Yeah, no, we know how to deal with it. There's a word there's a word that people will use for you, honestly. But yeah, don't worry. We know how to weed them out. They don't know how to deal with it. Nah, we know how to deal with it. Don't you sit here and pretend. We got tools for people like you. We are well prepared.
We've all been so brainwashed by the school system to believe that, oh, look how great things are. Let me ask you about your country. Do you think that your country has become greater since? Has our country become greater since? Absolutely not.
Yes, our country is better than what it was in 1945. Yes. In almost literally every single way, besides probably the environment, we are better off now than we were in 1945. 100%. But I don't know if she's gonna make any argument here about like what in what statistic or like aspect of life besides church attendance that the country is a worse place, a better place in 1945 than it is today. But nah, no. No, it is not. It is not better. Much worse, actually. Far worse. A whole lot worse, actually. We're the global hegemon now. Yeah, that's true. We are like the country. Like when country is typed into Google, outside of like a shitty Reddit post from 2007 in the AI overview, once you scroll past that, the United States comes up, right? Like, I mean, we are the country. Like, of course, we're a lot better than we were in 1945. In like every aspect, yeah. Unions have less power now. unions grew as the Great Depression moved on. I don't believe when it comes to the 1940s specifically, I think we have more protections for laborers today than we did in 1940. But we definitely but I think oh actually no, never mind. No. No actually. Give me one moment. Actually pulled up, actually found a chart. No, actually, they did have more. They did have more union, more people in unions. Membership was higher in the 1940s. So here, it was actually the peak of union membership, right? Um, Yeah, but in 1960, 22 states established a collective bargaining right for public sector employees. Federal workers gained right to unionize in 1962. So when it comes to rights, union rights are better than they have been in like the history of the country. When it comes to membership, it's far lower than what it was. Which, you know, I mean, there's like definitely a give and take there, right? And there's definitely holes in our labor laws, but I'm going to tell you now, you are far more protected these days under labor laws than labor laws in the 1940s. Way better, way better. I'm telling you that now. They're powerful for a select group of people. That's true. That's true. I mean, we can build back unions. We can do it. People still have work. If people still work for a capitalist country, you can still have for a capitalist business, you can still have unions. There's no reason why we can't. We can do it. And there's been a massive uptick in unions. I think it's great.
You know, this whole idea of international liberalism. Now it's not just about your problems, it's about solving the world's problems. Let's make sure that in Pakistan.
Why is she talking like that? You see the way she's wiggling around? She's moving like a puppet, you know? She's moving the same way the big bad does when they're giving their big "why I want to destroy the world" speech. Sorry, I had to pop some meth real quick.
You know, this whole idea of international liberalism. Now it's not just about your problems, it's about solving the world's problems. Let's make sure that in Pakistan there's a trans flag waving. No, I actually, if Pakistan does not want to wave a trans flag, I don't even want to wave a trans flag, but why is this my business? And they're constantly trying to pollute you to make you think that it is your business. No, I actually am comfortable if that's going to be the newest smear that I have to wear, that we're isolationists. Good. I want to be concerned with justice.
Do you think that she knows why we got involved in World War II? Do you think that is her opinion, does she actually think that we got involved in World War II because we wanted to invoke international liberalism and spread transness to Central and Eastern Europe? Does she think? Yeah, you're right. I should have stopped there, huh? She lying for a paycheck. She's just lying for herself now. I mean, she's not employed. She's unemployed. She is unemployed. But no, yeah, I think this is weird. No way. I'm just gonna tell you this right now. No way Candace Owens would have let the Japanese do Pearl Harbor and then be like, I think we should just let it go. No! Are you crazy? Are you crazy? No way she would be like, just let Pearl Harbor go. I don't believe it. I don't actually believe it for a second. I don't believe it for one moment. Not 1 millisecond. No, not at all. Nah. Nah, you got me. You must think I must be so dumb to think I'd believe something like that. That's insulting to think that I'd believe something like that. Wasn't Pearl Harbor worse than 9/11? No. What do you mean by worse, though? What do you mean by? I mean, I guess it kind of depends on what you mean by worse. Um, actually, even I'm not, because I was gonna think like even the aftermath. Nah, the aftermath and like the millions and millions of people who are either killed or like permanently displaced in the trajectory of the Middle East after our like world war on terror has like changed the course of history in such a worse way, especially for all those people in that region. I couldn't possibly say that it was worse than 9/11. Less people died, more civilians died. Because I'm not listen for me, and let me know if you think the same. When anybody dies, it's sad. But if you tell me that there was like a school shooting and like 13 children died, or 13, let's say 13 civilians died, and there was a school shooting and no civilians and 13 cops died, both are terrible. But I'm gonna be like, one group of people who died signed up to grab a gun and run in. So most of the people who died in 9/11 were like active duty personnel. They're active duty personnel, and less of them died than civilians in 9/11. Yeah, I don't think I wouldn't say it's worse. Sorry, less than less than them died than people who died in 9/11. It was like 15 9/11s. You can definitely say it's comparable to 9/11 100%. I'm uncomfortable with this comparison. Could I put it in a simpler way? I'm just saying that like I don't know, like I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's something like a lot of people would believe. Like, yeah, service members losing their lives are people who lost their lives, and that's sad. But I guess here, as a society, we believe the loss of life of a service member or like a service member or like a police officer, somebody with a gun that we expect to run into dangerous situations, their deaths are more acceptable to us than random civilians who didn't even sign up to be born. Right? Like it's still terrible. It's not. I'm not saying that it's good that they died. No one's saying that it's good that they died. Well, there's some people that not here. But it is way more socially acceptable for them. They literally sign up to lose their lives. That's their whole thing. that is their whole thing. But like random civilians or people who just they just wanted to go to like Dunkin' Donuts today. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, when like a service person dies like that, it's a sacrifice. When a civilian dies, it's just they weren't even supposed to be there. It was the entire harbor instead of a boat. Bestie, you thought Pearl Harbor was about one boat? I'm not hating on you, okay? I'm not gonna attack you. I'm not gonna attack you. I'm just asking. I just want to know. You're dumb. You're not dumb, okay? You're just asking questions. It's never wrong to ask questions and learn about history. So don't say you're dumb, okay, bestie? It happens. Nah, they bombed the whole harbor. Yeah, they bombed the whole they bombed the whole harbor. Not that's when they were using like kamikaze planes and just flying them directly into boats and stuff. Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. It was real hecked up. Got to be honest. Quite unfortunate for all parties, I must say. We didn't care about human rights in the 1940s. Yeah, I mean, like but I'm not sure if I don't want to say that Candace Owens doesn't care about human rights, but I don't want to say that, but I don't know, she's probably not valuing it in this. I'll say she's not valuing human rights in this comparison. There's something else that she's valuing, and it's probably marriage rates and church attendance. And those two things, and outside of marriage rates and church attendance, I think those are the only two things that she's saying when she's comparing the country being good versus the country being bad. I think that's all that she's thinking. That's the only thing that's going through her head. That's my guess, at least.
America's problems. As soon as those get resolved, I'm happy.
Oh, and trans people. Right, and trans people. Because they always think about trans people.
Happy to peek up our head and say, oh, well, you know what? There are our friends over there. The newest smear that I have to wear, that we're isolationists. Good. I want to be concerned with just America's problems. As soon as those get resolved, I'm happy to peek up our head and say, oh, well, you know what? There are our friends over there in the UK. Let's see how they're doing, if we can help them. But
yeah, here's the thing, is that I really don't think that she gets it. Like, World War II was our problem. Even outside the whole Pearl Harbor thing that I guess that she's just forgetting. She's forgetting exists. We were involved in World War II by selling weapons to our European allies. And it helped us, and it helped pull us out of the Great Depression. Now, I think some people attribute a little too much to the World War II to our bounce back from the Great Depression, but it definitely helped. It didn't hurt. Getting all that money from burning Europeans definitely did not hurt. I will say. Yeah, it was our problem and our duty. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know. This take is, you have to not be thinking to have this take. This is something you can't have, like, thoughts in your head to have this opinion. Right? It just doesn't make any sense. Unless she really, and I would be so shocked, unless she actually unironically believes in, like, rolling over after Pearl Harbor, which I can't believe it. I don't believe it. I won't believe it, actually. It's not true. Oh, dude, apparently the right wing is so angry that Jack Black came out to endorse Joe Biden. They're all like, I used to love Kung Fu Panda and Jack Black. Now he's just a loudmouth America hater. Goodbye, Jack. Wait a second, I gotta check some of this. I gotta open this in Shia Right Chick actually blocked me on Twitter. I got blessed with a block by Shia a while ago, actually. The reason why I was blocked is because she lied about that trans story hour or something. She said that the trans people were strippers who were forcing the children to get lap dances by like trans people, and by trans people they mean drag queens. Right? Which are usually just gay boys. They're not trans. They're just normal gay boys. It actually wasn't true. It was just simply a lie. And I actually made a tweet about it. It went crazy. It popped off like crazy. I think it had like 300,000 or 400,000 likes. It was kind of wild. It was really wild. And then when she saw it, and she saw that I was getting more play with my truth than her with her lie, she got so angry, because Twitter is for lying, not telling the truth, that she just instantly blocked me. Even though I didn't even say anything to her. She just straight up blocked me. Just like that. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Never interacted with her once. Not once. She saw my tweet on her timeline because it went so crazy, nutto mode, and then she was like, I can't handle it. I can't stand this guy being so based and epic and correct all the time. I have to block him. Very sad stuff. Wait, what is this from Chaya? This is the person who Biden brought out to campaign for him. I saw it, so now you do too. I don't think she knows who Jack Black is. I actually don't think she knows who Jack Black is. I actually don't think she knows. She just saw a short, chubby guy, and she's like, huh, this is the best the liberals can do? Do you even know who this man is? Like, yeah, everybody knows him for that. Yeah, that's Jack Black. What are you talking about? What do you mean? They're trying so hard. They're reaching for anything they can. How sad. I'm blocked. What does it say? Nah, dog. Look at this. Lol, who is this clown? A good actor, comedian who chose the wrong side. Such a shame. He's Jewish. They're always on the wrong side. If they seem like they're on your side, watch your wallet. Okay, Chaya Cat, George Pink Floyd. All right. Yeah, I guess I'll keep it in mind. Sure, I guess. Bro, he just kind of went insane for just no reason. Turned on the stupid. You better watch your wallet when they're around. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. All right, buddy. Sure. I think Jack Black will survive this. I used to like Jack Black. Never again. Now he's just another POS loudmouth scumbag. Adios, Jack. Oh no. Juanita broad dick. No, not Juanita. Jack Black has lost the support of Juanita Long Dick. That's so sad. I don't think his career will ever recover. It's really unfortunate. Damn. Fuck. Jeez. Joe Biden didn't think about that one now, did he? He didn't spend enough time on that one. What a horrible misplay. Yeah, here's the thing: is that it's so funny because we tried to be isolationist in World War II. We literally did the exact thing that Candace Owens is saying that we should have done in World War II, and we got Pearl Harbor. We got Pearl Harbored. We caught one fat Pearl Harbor. I don't know. Maybe she just doesn't think about it. Yeah, for the entire war. Oh, wasn't it even only nearing the end of our like isolation kind of era when we actually started even selling a bunch of weapons to Europe? Were we even selling weapons to Europe from the beginning, like large scale? I don't even believe so, right? Yeah, our Republican legislature just banned our Republican legislature put through a law a little while ago that forces like X-rated websites to have an ID verification, and now Pornhub has pulled out of Kentucky. If I have any Kentuckians here, your point is gone. Yeah, but we have, I don't know, I think we have a Republican supermajority in Congress. F? Oh no. We're good? Okay. Yeah, I think we have I think it's just short of a supermajority. I forget. In our legislature. So yeah, they override vetoes. Not all of them, but for most of the normal stuff, they override his veto. Unfort. They heard you talking about the sin site, not the sin site. Oh Lord, not the sin site, yo. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, not to get personal or anything. I don't use Pornhub, so I'm not really gonna experience the loss. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not gonna feel the loss, but I know some of you all will. My other Kentuckians. How did Kentucky even elect him in the first place? There's something you got to remember about about these type of red states like Kentucky. They're still old school Democrat states, okay? Kentucky is what Missouri used to be. Now, I'm not sure if you were into politics when Claire McCaskill lost her seat in 2018. That was 2018, right? When Claire McCaskill got voted out of office. Claire McCaskill was the senior senator from Missouri. She was a Democratic senator. Missouri has, radicalized a lot with conservative ideology. So they don't vote for Democrats on the state level much anymore, or at all, right? But Kentucky is more. There are states out there, okay, that are one way state level and another way one way state level and another way nationally. So let's take the Northeast, right? In the Northeast, Chris Sununu, the governor of New Hampshire, that's a Republican, and they have Democrats all the way down in their state houses. But Chris Sununu, the Republican governor, they like their Republican governor. They love their Republican governor, actually. Let's say New Jersey. New Jersey blew all the way down in their state houses, but they voted for Chris Christie to be their governor for a while. They really messed up with that, but they did have one for a while. I mean, Maryland, Larry Hogan. Larry Hogan was pretty well liked Republican pretty well liked Republican New England governor. He won his seat multiple times against very, very popular Democrats in the state. They like them. The thought process is send a bunch of one group to the state houses, but do a little check on power and make the governor another way. That's kind of the thought process that goes on there in some people's heads. Also, it just kind of happens that they just sometimes Democrats don't run that good of Democrats in New England, and on top of that as well, the Republicans in New England are way more moderate than the Republicans in like the Deep South or Texas or Arizona or Utah. They're way more moderate. They're still bad in my opinion, but they're way better. I mean, and now you can look at another state, right? Virginia. They put in Glenn Youngkin. Now, I think Glenn Youngkin got in mostly because of a fluke. I don't believe he'll win his reelection, in my personal opinion. He was just running against a uniquely bad candidate in a uniquely bad time for that incumbent. And that's why I think he was able to sneak in on specific issues. He was just a terrible. I forgot his name. But he was a terrible politician. Horrible fielding by the Democrats, and they lost to Glenn Youngkin. But when it comes to Kentucky specifically, our governor Beshear is the son of the previous Democratic governor Beshear. We have a little dynasty here with governors in Kentucky, with the Beshear family, and they are very well liked. You can think of the Beshears kind of as Kentucky's Kennedys in that way. They are very well liked. They're very well respected by the Republican populace here. They're more moderate, and they know how to talk to these types of voters in a decent way, and their name does like takes him pretty far. And you know, he's able to win election, and he won re-election as well, and it wasn't even really that close. It's just, you know, if you run the same sort of like old, not too old school, you don't want to go too far back, a little closer to old school, kind of close to the ground Democrat, you can make it work. He's not very close with Biden or anything. He doesn't play like national games very often. He's no Newsom. He just kind of keeps his nose to the ground. He keeps to himself, and he tweets about minorities having rights and bringing economic success to Kentucky and making us not a flyover state. And that's just it, right? He's just chilling. He is big chilling. And so it's easy for him to stay in office. He doesn't really get into super controversial talks, fights, nothing really. I rarely hear about Bashir, right? And when I do, it's usually a good thing. He's not like, you know, he's not in, you never hear about Bashir outside of Kentucky. You know, he's not like getting into drama or keeping up with like the local news. He's just like, today I signed an executive order that makes it easier for businesses to relocate to Kentucky. This year our budget is going to have a little extra funding towards the homelessness. And that's it. That's it. He just keeps to himself and does good things here and there when the Republican legislature allows him to. It's pretty chill over here. That's what my brother did. Vote split ticket in the midterms. Ohio. Thank you for reminding me. Ohio's a big one. Ohio loves Sherrod Brown. Yeah, they love Sherrod. So yeah, one of those states. What else? Montana, yeah. West Virginia a little bit. Sometimes there's just one guy. I'm not sure if another Democrat could rise to the ranks of like Bashir here in the state, who's not a Bashir. We just might have to just stick with our dynasty, and that's just kind of it, right? It might just have to be old Bashir stayed the governor until his son got old enough to be the governor, and then he drops out, and then the new Bashir comes up and just basically is just like his dad, but he's younger, and people are like, ooh. It's like when you go to your favorite fast food restaurant and they have like a new burger. You're like, ooh. Wow, sure, I'll try it. I'll try the new burger. And that's how Kentuckians think of the new of the Bashirs, basically. It's your favorite fast food restaurant's new burger. Yeah, long live the kingdom of Bashirs. Yeah, second verse same as the first, and I'll take it. Still up X hamster is KY. Listen, chill. We're not gonna go on like a Kentucky porn review. Who's still up? I don't know who's still up. I haven't been working on it. I haven't been looking, honestly. Apparently in Kentucky, VIPs have people searching up VIPs has skyrocketed. Who could have seen that coming? Apparently let's talk about a little local politics just real quick. For me, because I'm a Kentuck. We don't talk about what's going on in my neck of the woods very often. I'm gonna be honest with you. We usually talk about what's going on around the country. Things move a little slow here in Kentucky, but I want to see what the Democrats are doing. On the menu at the KY Democratic dinner, a new twist on Trump, taking a bite at GOP supermajority. It would be great if we didn't have a GOP supermajority. Democrats don't need to be the majority. If they just stopped the Republican supermajority, that would be fantastic. That would be great. For the Kentucky Democratic Party, led by a second-term governor Andy Bashir. Friday night's Forward Together party dinner wasn't just a step forward. It was a new walk altogether. At least that was the case when it came to discussing state legislative races and former Republican President Donald Trump. Seeking re-election in 2023, Bashir did not speak ill of the former president. Now, the presumed nominee in this year's race, who has claimed 20 plus point wins in Kentucky, unless asked. At a Friday dinner, Trump was the first thing mentioned. Folks, I'm grateful to be here tonight. Grateful to talk to you about how we move forward together, and grateful because together last November we beat Donald Trump's handpicked candidate for governor. That's true. That was actually a really great thing that we defeated that dumb fuck. I even forgot his name. He was our attorney general, who made it his mission to make sure that the cops who murdered Breonna Taylor would be able to get away without any repercussions. He like made it his mission to make sure that they got away with as little repercussions as possible. Very disgusting human being. Hate that guy. And I'm glad he lost resoundingly too. In reference to the candidate, his gubernatorial opponent, Daniel Cameron. Yeah, that's his name. That's his name. Almost forgot about that guy. For the very first time the other day, I shouted hallelujah 34 times straight. Yeah, sounded about right. Jones, a former U.S. District Attorney, struck a peculiar prosecutorial tone against Trump. Okay. Trump bad, sure. Not sure what we can do about it here in Kentucky, but yeah, Trump bad, that's true. While no pundit or politician is predicting Biden will beat Trump in Kentucky, some Democrats are hopeful that suburban distaste for Trump may help flip a handful of seats in Louisville. Yeah, that's a big thing. Louisville, Lexington, and Northern Kentucky. Yeah, that's usually where Democrats target. It would be a lot better. They gerrymandered my district really bad. They cut the black population in my district in half to weaken the black vote in my area, which really sucks a lot. But yeah, 2023. Okay, I'm trying to see. A lot of that has to do with the amendment on the ballot in November, asking voters to allow the state to provide public dollars for non-public and charter schools. Yeah, that should definitely be voted down. Our public money should not be going to private schools. Our public money is barely going to public schools. So we're going to beat Amendment 2. Yeah, flip. Okay. So it looks like they're trying to flip a couple seats. Stop racism in the legislature and stop the Republican supermajority. Okay, epic. I'm down. I'm down. Looks like they have a decent plan. I'm for it. What's going on with this? Oh no, what happened on Piers? They had Tommy Lauren on Piers. Hey baby, what are you doing?
You got to be borderline lunatic to believe.
Oh no, it's jank. Oh no, chat.
In moment after moment, whether
I'm not gonna watch all of this, just so you know. I just wanted to see what's going on.
It's any of these elections, he is defying the odds. Everybody counted Joe out, and he won.
I'm far more concerned about a different Democrat being the nominee against Donald Trump. I hope that Joe Biden is your nominee.
So I'm never going to vote for a Republican. It's a sick party. But I also don't want to lose to...
Sobering thing to watch. What did you make of it?
Well, this amounts to elder abuse at this point, in my opinion, and shame on Jill Biden for not stepping in when her husband is clearly failing. But I would.
Oh yeah. So if you don't know what they're talking about, earlier in the stream I mentioned that Joe Biden had a fundraiser in LA. There's been a lot of conservatives saying that Joe Biden froze and almost died on stage and had to be wheeled off by Obama because he was too old and his old man brain just stopped working in the middle of the conference. Sorry, in the middle of the fundraiser. That's not true, but let's see if I can show you the video myself. I don't think I saved any bit of it. Let's see. Let's see. Where was this? I know somebody has a video somewhere of it. Why is she so blonde? Died to appeal to her constituents. Yeah, so here's a video of what conservatives are claiming. Joe Biden almost died live on air during the fundraiser and had to be taken away by Obama. I'm gonna mute this. Anyways. So yeah. Anyways, so yeah. That's it. That's the moment. They were chilling. Obama like, I don't know, tugs on his arm, pats his back, right? And that seems to be it. I don't know, man. He seemed to be vibing. I'm gonna be honest with you. So this was, when this happened, was at the very end of the fundraiser. They're literally just all leaving now. That's it. It's done. They were playing out. Biden seemed to just be vibing. I'm gonna be honest. This guy was standing almost as still as him, right? He's just standing there. Biden wasn't rocking, but he's just standing there. The second Obama touches him, he turns his arm. He turns his head. But yeah, I don't know. He seemed to just be minding his business and before Obama bothers him. But conservatives and I guess people more Biden skeptical believe that Joe almost died or something. Here, he was let off. He lost one of his 9 lives or something. I don't know. It does not seem like a McConnell type situation, but anyways, this was him like a second before, it seems. But he's definitely old. He's definitely an old man. The big pillow over there, that one's mine. Yours is flat. You gotta fluff your pillow, babe. You haven't fluffed your pillow in so long. You don't want it fluff. Why do you want your pillow so hard? It's memory foam. Okay. You know what? We shouldn't fight. We're about to go on a road trip. We shouldn't fight. So yeah, anyways, that's what happened. Bro, he's smiling. He's just looking into the crowd. I really think he's vibing. What do you think, chat? Do you think Biden almost perished in this very moment? Or do you think he was chilling and Obama wanted to leave stage before him? Listen, people have been mean to him for the last couple of months. I think he was just enjoying people like cheering him for once. Right? But I don't know. A lot of people have been saying that he I don't know, the Adderall wore off or something. I want my pillow fluffed. Oh no. Obama all tuckered out. Yeah, Obama, chill. You're not the president anymore, man. Yeah, I know. It seems pretty chill. Does not seem like what a lot of people are trying to insinuate that it is, but I don't know. Conservatives. I think if Joe Biden kind of blinks slowly once, they're gonna be like, dude, he has Alzheimer's. Fuck. This dude literally has Alzheimer's. He's died. He doesn't even have a brain anymore.
I would also say that
right.
something that former President Barack Obama has that current President Joe Biden doesn't have is he does have his mental acuity and faculties. And Barack Obama knows that the optics of him grabbing Joe's arm probably wouldn't be great, but he also understands that the alternative would be to let Joe stand there and freeze. So to me, it's more telling when you look at former President Obama and his actions than looking at Joe Biden. So for all of the Democrat influencers, many of whom are paid by Biden PACs, who want to say that that video was somehow misinformation or disinformation, well, it's clear as day what we saw in that clip. You can't.
Yeah, I really feel like my man was just enjoying his time out there. I'll be real.
Dispute it. And Barack Obama grabbing his arm, I think, even further proves that point, that Joe Biden froze, or he was about to freeze, or he was about to maybe do something even more embarrassing, and the former president had to intervene, even though that in and of itself looked bad.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of really glad that she fell off, because I'm already kind of tired of listening to her voice.
There's no way to spin this, guys.
Well, let's see if there is a way to spin it. Brian Tyler Cohen. I mean, look, I'm not MAGA, I'm not Republican, I'm not right wing. I'm a kind of old-fashioned liberal of the Bill Maher variety, who also is.
Ooh. Okay.
Been expressing his concern about what is happening with Joe Biden. So to dismiss it all when people point out what's going on with Biden as just a MAGA plot is demonstrably untrue.
Pierce, thank you for having me, first of all. Second of all, I was literally in the room. I was there. I was at that event at the Peacock Theater at LA Live. Joe Biden was doing what he always does, which is just waving at the crowd. He has a long history of working rope lines ad nauseum during the State of the Union. He was in that room talking to people so long that the C-SPAN cameras literally turned off. And that's what he was doing on that stage. He was just waving at people who were waving back at him, to the point where Barack Obama came around and just put his arm around Joe, you know, his own vice president, and they walked off stage together, probably because Barack Obama had less of an interest in staying and waving at the crowd as long as Joe Biden did. But this is who Joe Biden is. With that said, I understand why people like Tommy Lahren and the right more broadly have a vested interest in perpetuating this idea that Joe Biden is in the throes of cognitive decline.
Yeah, I don't have one, Brian. I don't have that vested interest. In fact, I've only ever had one. I had one conversation with Joe Biden in my life. After Beau Biden died in 2015, I wrote a column saying he was a fantastic guy, used to come on my show a lot at CNN, and how sad it was, and that America may have lost, without even knowing it, someone who could have been one of the great presidents of the country. I really felt Beau was on a fast track to the top, but it was a tragedy.
Whatever happened to Poop Girl? Poop Girl was being groomed by her Nazi boyfriend into ruining her life and career with horrible beliefs that he was pumping into her head by making her feel special when at the lowest point in her life. He then impregnated her and had her like make herself a clown on YouTube for money for them instead of just living a normal life. Afterwards, it started to boil over really bad, and his own personal beliefs started to mix into it so bad to the point where they couldn't hide the like far right tilt. It's no longer just like skeptical of minorities and like wokeness and gay people anymore. It became she delved into more like Jewish conspiracies about the world and all that, and started talking about they and them's more. Until it kind of spiraled out of control, and they kind of puttered out, privated their Twitter account, and stopped really uploading videos that much. They upload videos every now and again now, but yeah, that's what happened to her. After she got chased into a college Einstein's Bagels freezer because a bunch of people on campus, after she brought a gun to a school that suffered a school shooting, to epically own them for being too woke and cringe, followed her around the entire time, calling her Poop Girl and asking her how much she poop her pants, and say that she stinks like poop. She just stopped. I don't know. After that, they just kind of cooked her so hard, she just stopped. She just stopped being a Nazi online and just kind of moved on, right? It just kind of all fell through after that. So that's her story as far as we know it for now. Thank you so much, Silhouetted Animator. Yes, a Silhouetted Animator for the $2 super chat. Thank you for that. But GOP's favorite film, it's a Serbian film. Oh no. Thanks for the super chat.
And I had an amazing call from Joe Biden out of the blue. But I can tell you two things. In that conversation, he was incredibly open and honest with me about it all. I went on for about 15 minutes, but he was also lucid. He was eloquent. He was articulate, and it was a perfectly normal conversation. It bore no relation to what Joe Biden now talks like or acts like when I see him in public. And I would go back even further, and I would say this is more unsettling, which is in 1986, there's a clip on YouTube where Joe Biden's a senator, and he gives an absolutely ferocious onslaught against apartheid in South Africa in a Senate hearing. And it was all televised. And if you compare that man to what we now see and hear, there is literally no comparison. It is clear evidence before you that this fast-talking, eloquent, loquacious, fiercely intelligent senator from '86 is now a shadow of that man. And I don't say that gleefully. Like I say it sadly, but it's obvious.
So here's the thing. Joe Biden is old. He's like visibly old, right? He looks old. He talks old. He moves old. He is old. That's it's pretty easy to see that. I think he has Alzheimer's. He has no clue what he's doing or saying. Is super. Like, I have a lot of criticisms of Joe Biden, okay? And I've made that very clear throughout his entire presidency, even before his presidency, before his candidacy, right? Even before he ran, I had criticisms of Joe Biden, and those will never go away. But with that being said, the people like drum up the idea of him having I was about to say autism, Alzheimer's or something. Or having some complete deterioration in his mental acuity, right? He's a child being puppeted around by the people around him. It's just a bit. It's not even a bit silly. It's just very stupid. I'm gonna be honest with you. He has moments and bursts. I think it's exacerbated by the fact that he's just old. He just grew. He just looked old, right? If he did as much if he cared as much about his physical appearance as Donald Trump did, and still put on bronzer and stuff. I don't think it would be as bad. I mean, Donald, have you ever seen Donald Trump without his bronzer on? Bro looks like a Thanksgiving turkey before it goes into the oven. It's not good. But yeah, if he cared more, I think it would help a lot. And also the fact that he has a stutter, and he's always had a stutter as well. Just the fact that he's gotten older, his stutter has gotten worse. And so when he mumbles or talks over himself or says the wrong things, people think it's because he's old and stupid, when he just kind of stutters. He's just a guy who stutters. I have a stutter as well. I stutter a bit. I think anybody who watches the stream for any extended period of time will know that I have a stutter. There are sometimes I can go on an extended long speech without tripping up on a word. And there's sometimes when I need to get out 2 sentences and half of the words I say are the same word. And that's just kind of how it is, you know? Sometimes your brain just be cooked like that. And it's probably when I'm old, I'll be a little Joe Biden pilled with my stutter too. But you just gotta do what you gotta do. Especially when it's time for Biden to cook, he can still cook. I'll say that when it's time for Biden to cook, he definitely can still cook. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people kind of hype up the idea that he's old and stupid more than he really is. It's a valid concern, and the fact that people don't talk about it with Trump, when Trump's kind of his brain's kind of not working sometimes, and with also being 4 years younger than Biden, it's a bit silly. Maybe Biden should just start putting on bronzer too.
Pierce, everybody ages. Joe Biden has obviously aged.
But we're not all president of the United States, are we?
Is he as fast as he used to be?
Have you seen the I'm Alex stuff? I used to watch I'm Alex. I stopped watching him a long time ago. I stopped watching most people when I started making content myself. But yeah, I heard about it. The stuff that he said to his girlfriend and the recordings that they had. He said some crazy stuff on that call. I was thinking about talking about the whole thing, but I don't know. It's not really my wheelhouse. The girl released basically a Bible, the Holy Bible on how crazy this guy is. So I don't think we can go through all of that. I have other stuff that I kind of want to talk about, but yeah, he kind of went nutty.
So I'm a fucking whore mouth bitch retard cunt.
Is it generally because you're just fucking brain dead?
Yeah, I'm very brain dead, yeah.
Is that why you decided to go on the fucking offensive instead of the maybe
offensive.
Okay. I don't know what to call what you did. It was weird. It's always weird. You always take the fucking weird route. Just do the normal route, which is just do the normal route, but a normal girlfriend.
You're acting like this is all just me, and that's something you really need to fucking fix.
I'm gonna fucking bash your fucking head against the wall with a brick if you.
Yeah, you shouldn't say that type of stuff to your girlfriend. He must be stupid. He's got to be a stupid man What stupid and a bit evil man to like go so he has anger issues, man. There's no way you can talk to how do you talk to the love of your life? You're a cutie patootie, okay? You're your sugar drop, your pumpkin pie, the star in your sky, you know, your guardian angel, your baby girl, your baby doll, and say that you're gonna, and when you have a disagreement with her, say that you're gonna bash her head into a wall. That's crazy. Is your GF in the room with us right now? Yeah, she is. Baby, you wanna say hi? Wait, a little louder. Hi. Oh, there you go. Yeah, she's chilling in the bed. You are my cutie patootie. You're also my stinky. Ooh, Boo? He's been farting as he follows you around all day? Oh, he farted again when he came in here? Listen, he's just gotta he's a baby. He's gotta fart. Sometimes babies fart. He gotta go? Nah, his ass is near the air purifier now, so I think it's gonna get sucked up before it gets into your nose. Well, the air purifier, it's on its lowest setting right now. It wasn't enough to scoop up all the ass gas, but it tried its best. Anyways, yeah, the GF's in here. She's vibing. I think she's gonna go to sleep early since we gotta start driving early in the morning. Yeah, dog farts are kind of crazy. But yeah, this guy has completely lost his mind. I don't know, babe. What's the meanest thing I said to you? I've never said that I was. We've never gotten to an argument, and I said that I was gonna bash your head into a wall or anything. I've thrown you on the bed before. I've chucked you, but it was a throw of love. You see, trying to think. Yeah, because I'm not. It's hard to pull it up because I'm not that mean to you. Yes, I'm not that mean to you. She said her memory's bad. If she forgets the mean things I say, then I kind of didn't say them if you think about it. She's still thinking. She's still thinking. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You seen it. I asked her on stream what's the mean things I've said to her, and she's still thinking. She's racking her brain. I'm just saying that it's kind of proof that I'm good boyfriend pilled. I'm good boy pilled. Men, women don't love us and don't listen to us. Women don't love us and don't listen and don't do this, and then they don't want to date. Sorry, and they don't want to date us. Also, men, women are dumb, and women's a dumb bitch. I'm going to bomb her. Yeah, she's thinking. She's got like the loading symbol over her forehead right now. It's like spinning. You can't pull it up, chat. I'm a good boyfriend. It's live. I can't edit this as live on stream, and she can't find it out. I've never really said anything mean. That's the answer she came up with, chat. Oh, if something hurts your feelings, you like replay it in your head. You don't forget. When people are mean to you, you turn it into a core memory. Oh, you think about how you could have epically owned them instead of just getting sad when they're mean to you. Okay, I feel you. Well, there you go. There you go, chat. She's predisposed to holding on to mean things people say to her, and she can't bring up a single thing that I said to her that was mean. Kind of curious. I'm kind of better than I'm Alex if you think about it. That's why you should like the stream and subscribe on the site. Sharky.cc, sharky.cc to join site chat full of beautiful, amazing people who have the best emotes this side of the Mississippi.
you don't shut the fuck up. You, because this one, genuinely, this one, you fucked this, royally fucked this.
Yeah, you can't talk to your girl like that. Not only can you not talk to your girl like that, like a complete freak, like the fact you know you're a content creator. Do you really think that you could get away with saying this to your girlfriend if it got out? Did you really think that you could escape this if this came out? Like, are you serious? Now, we don't know what happened in this conversation beforehand, but I don't know how you can unless this is like something that they say to each other, right? I don't know how you can kind of justify this one. This one don't seem good. There are some like text messages that came out as well. Emotional level of a fucking brick. Just say yes, you dumb whore. And then like the thumbs up emojis. You're thick, man. You're a bad BF calling me a bitch and insulting me every time you get slightly upset. That's true. That seems quite abusive. That's not good. Block me. You're definitely giving me this is Alex just saying. You're definitely giving me a shitty attitude. Yeah, I won't unblock you though, cause I won't unblock you though, cause talking to you, if that stops me getting called, I guess she mean called a dumb whore. Yay. It's like talking to a brick. Maybe don't be a dumb whore. And she said bye. That'd be like so much cooler. I admitted what I did. I'm going to fucking kill you. Yeah, all right, buddy. Said sorry for my tone. That's not abusive. Yeah, that's definitely not abusive at all. I'm going to break your neck. No, okay. Yeah. She needs to get a restraining order on him. I don't know if this is serious or not, but I'm not gonna take it for jokes when some dude acts like this. When some dude gets in an argument with his girlfriend and he actually starts thrashing when he's on a Discord call with her, yeah, nah. You got some serious problems. I hope this girl stays safe out there. Hope she keeps her doors locked or changes her locks if she needs it done. Don't be a hum door. So true. Yeah, there has been a streamer that's killed their partners before, yeah. You know what I meant. Good night. So kill yourself, please. Okay. And then this skinny white British twink types the N-word and she silences the notifications. That's insane. Yeah, he's done. He's done. He's finished. He's cooked. It's over. Goodbye, I'm Alex. Time for you to get a job in Britain's failing economy. No better time to start to get a job in England, I heard. No better time. It's perfect for it's perfect to kill off your, pretty successful YouTube career. Perfect time to do it, just for no good reason. I wasn't expecting that one. Listen, with these people, you always gotta. Now, yeah. Yeah, that's not good. Terrible guy. We need to sink the United Kingdom. It's finally time to sink the UK. I'm glad it's come to this. Yeah, there's a lot more too. She dropped I think an 82-page document absolutely cooking this fool, and it went crazy. Yeah, it really went in. Some of the videos that she has of this guy is just genuinely insane. 82 pages, really? Yeah, with a bunch of videos from that with a lot of videos that she took from Discord calls that they had, because apparently they talked over Discord a lot. How big is this Google Doc? Let's see. Yeah, she kept them receipts. I have a great way of stopping yourself from getting blasted like this online by your ex-girlfriend, you just kind of don't treat them like this. You treat the women in your life with dignity and respect, and you cherish and protect them, and you love them, and treat them as an equal. And usually these things won't happen. Usually these things won't happen, yeah. But yeah, no, I'm not joking. I am not joking. Yep, as you can see here, 82 pages. 82 pages. This is the 82 page Google Doc. Yep. And most of it is like pictures and stuff. Not just her, not just them typing to each. Sorry, not just like a whole type up. It's all the screenshots she took of all the horrible things that he would say to her constantly. Yeah, he's just a bad guy. 82. He's such a bad guy. She could fill up an 82 page doc. Like there's actually a whole Google Drive. She actually made a whole Google Drive folder about the horrible things that this guy did to her. So when you're such a shitty boyfriend that your girlfriend can make a Google Drive folder about the horrible things that you've done, yeah, you're cooked. You're done. Finished. Hammers. Chat. Donation. All of us get a hammer. And you know what to do. All of us get a hammer, and then you know what to do. 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 Throw it at Mario. Yeah, put on my orange shell and start chucking them at Mario when he comes by. Where'd you find this doc? Let me see the original poster. The original GF. This is her. This is her. Yeah, this is the girl. So if you wanna find the doc and read it yourself, this is her Twitter @ This is the tweet. Yeah, you can see all this stuff yourself if you want to read through it. We can't. That's not our plan for this stream. I got some other stuff that I want to be talking about. So unfortunately, I cannot do that. But I don't know. Just let me know if you want me to cover it. No one's asked me to cover it or anything. But if you want, we can go through. I can document. Probably what would happen is I would go through the entire thing on stream, and then I document the important parts of it. And then we'd record a video where we summarize the entire thing and what happened, and then maybe do another video of his response. But just let me know. Oh, you know what? You know what's crazy? He falsely accused one of his companion streamers of like essay, if I remember correctly, the Big R. The Big R. He accused one of the people who he was streamer friends with, falsely, of the Big R, and tried to take the high ground of it. And now it's come out that he's like giga abused his GF. Deploy hammer time. This is what he meant by hammer time. Yeah, just a really terrible guy. Terrible. But yeah, that's what's going on with Alex. But I wanted to see a little bit more of his peers.
Of course not. But here's what I would offer in rebuttal to that is we're sitting here wondering if Joe Biden has the ability to do the job that he is literally doing right now and doing more effectively than any president in our lifetime.
Why is his poll rating so terrible then?
Pierce, is he too old to have added 15 million jobs to the economy? Is he too old and doing more effectively than any president in our lifetime?
Why is his poll rating so terrible then?
Well, I can answer that question. I mean, it's a combination of factors. Inflation has gotten really high. That was due to Trump's record-breaking deficit spending, and tax cuts that went into effect when he was the president. His massive tariffs and the tax cuts that he did. The fact that he drove so many businesses out of the country even before the pandemic hit, leading to less jobs in the U.S., even including the pandemic, right? he was just a bad president. One of the funny things is that when people talk about who is going to be better at handling the economy, the American people almost always say Republicans. But the funny thing about it is that Republicans always run a terrible economy. Republicans always do crazy amounts of deficit spending. They always completely obliterate the government's income. And then just blow up spending on the other side. And usually what happens is that they're not in office for long enough to see the repercussions, or people forget they're not in office for long enough to see the repercussions, or they face the repercussions, but then it's not really like a Republican problem. It's a individual Republican candidate problem. But the Democrats get labeled as like the bad government, the bad economy party, even though almost every single Democratic president has made the economy better, and almost every single Republican presidency makes the country worse. And only after Republican presidencies do like depressions follow. Depressions and recessions follow Republican presidencies, which is really insane. The last time a Republican president ran a surplus in the government, in the government's budget, was, I think, Eisenhower. The last time a Democratic president ran a surplus was Bill Clinton. So if that just doesn't tell you like who's better on the economy, I don't know what will. But Donald Trump's presidency will also tell you he was much worse on the economy than Joe Biden was. He printed $2 trillion. He added trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars to the deficit even before the pandemic really hit. He was just a bad president on the economy, genuinely terrible. Genuinely like super ass. But Biden gets blamed with like some of the problems of that his president, some of the problems Trump made because they made those tax cuts sunset either when he was about to leave office and not have to face the repercussions, or during Biden's presidency if he lost. Inflation, cost of living, Palestine, all three big reasons why his approval is so low. And you know what else is funny? Donald Trump made all of those issues worse. As we said, that's why he made inflation worse. Him not really caring about investing in any housing made the cost of living way worse. He moved the Israeli embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, which is one of the stated reasons for why for why Gaza attacked Israel, actually. And yeah, it's actually a lot of it is just Donald Trump's fault. He was just a garbage president. So yeah, those are the big reasons. Yeah, cost of living. People feel like they've made less money, so that's why his approval rating is low. There's some wars going on in the world, and they don't like the way he's been handling it. For many reasons, they're very contentious wars. They're not like, it's not like 9/11 where people are like, oh yeah, let's bomb them. I love bombing. They're way more contentious wars. At least here in the U.S. politics. So yeah, I can completely imagine that he's being pulled in every which direction. Really. So yeah, that's what's going on. That's why his approval rating is so low. It's not some like magic. His approval rating isn't low because he's old.
Pierce, is he too old to have added 15 million jobs to the economy? Is he too old to have reached our stock market to a record high? Is he too old to have brought inflation down to its target 3%? Is he too old to have brought wages up to exceed inflation? Is he too old to have signed the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act, the gun safety bill? All of these things, he is this old.
If he's so great, why is his approval rating at a record low? Why is he now losing in most polls in almost all the swing states? And why are alarm bells? Well, I'd say 1/3 thing. Why are 2/3 of Democrats also of the belief he's too old to carry on with the job? And
well, because he looks really old, and he talks really old, and he acts really old, right? Like, for one, that's why. And also, yeah. So yeah, it's just because he's old, right? And oh wait, I want to make sure I got that question correctly.
Old to have rating at a record low. Right,
All
if
of these things, he is this old.
If he's so great, why is his approval rating at a record low? Why is he now losing in most polls in almost all the swing states? And why are alarm bells? Well, I'd say 1/3 thing. Why are 2/3 of Democrats also of the belief he's too old to carry on with the job?
Also, I wanted to answer the question of why is he polling so low? So there's two things, all right? What we talked about, right? There's a couple things. The media lying about how bad crime is, that's one thing. People think, like, when it comes to how bad crime is in the country, Americans are usually like, sub-fridge temperature IQ, very stupid people. Their idea of how crime is almost the exact opposite of how crime really is, because local news agencies and mainstream media love to comment on, love to cover crime, no matter how good or bad it actually is. Making people believe that there's always crime everywhere and it's always worse, even though crime is at the lowest point it has been in like 10, 15, 20 years, something along those lines. Also, a lot of Joe Biden's ad spending, I actually found this out the other day. I'm not sure where this is. I'm not sure. I liked it, but I didn't save it. I should have saved it. So I have to search through my likes to see if I can find it. But most of Joe Biden's ad spending has actually been to buy ads closer to the election in like October. In October, most of his ad spending is there. And so even though he spent a lot of money, he hasn't seen the returns of that yet, because he's just, the graph is genuinely insane how much money he spent. I really want to find it for you all, because it says a lot about what's going on right now, because his campaign is kind of barely started. Which is kind of shocking to me, because he's already basically lapped Donald Trump when it comes to how much money he's raised and spent. Yeah, I found it. Here it is. Take a look at this. It's genuinely fucking crazy. Biden has spent millions more on political ads. Ad spending and airtime date, including future ads by candidate and affiliated political action committees since April 1st. So this is only since April 1st, right? This isn't even like before that. Obviously, spending has gone up, but see, as you see here, October 1st all the way to the October, like the middle of October right now, this is how much money Biden and his allies have spent, and we're only, we're here, right? Where almost no ad spending is done. Almost no ad spending has been done here. There's probably going to be some ad spending after the debate. But yeah, this is where they put all their money. And so, I mean, if you think about it, there's been a little bit of a little bit of campaign movement, right? But this is genuinely insane. So Trump just cares about the nomination. Well, here's the thing. The Trump campaign hasn't spent that much money yet. The Trump campaign itself, like Donald Trump's committee, hasn't spent that much money yet. Most of the money that's being spent right now, I think 90%, I saw a chart, almost 90% of the money that Trump has spent is actually money that his PACs have spent, that his people like Republican PACs, like APAC, things along those lines. That's who's been spending this money so far. A lot of Trump's money has been going to paying for lawyers and trips around the country, and things along those lines. He is completely like obliterated on the ground when it comes to Pennsylvania and the rest of the Rust Belt states. Actually, he's actually getting outflanked in North Carolina at the moment as well when it comes to how many feet they have on the ground and campaign offices they have around the state, and how many doors that they've knocked on as well. Trump just hasn't spent that much money. These court trials have just been sucking up a large amount of his money, and on top of that, he hasn't been raising anywhere near the same amount of money that Joe Biden has. Even with his post-conviction bump, he's still down compared to Biden when it comes to how much money he's raised. And on top of that, Biden has still been doing campaign fundraisers, right? Like the one he did the other day. They say they raised around $30 million the other day. The one where people said that he froze. But yeah, that's just how it is. Looking at this graph, it's kind of crazy how much money that they've put down. But even with all this money that they put down, remember, Biden still has more money spent and more money on hand than Donald Trump does. Even with this ad buyout being already locked in for October. So I personally believe that in all intents and purposes, Biden's campaign kind of hasn't even really started yet. You can say the same with Trump, seeing as he hasn't spent that much money, but seeing as he's like Biden has already spent a lot of money, and still has a lot more money than Trump, and the biggest thrust of his political force hasn't even hit the ground yet, and he's already making ground on polls in those swing states. He used to be down by like an average like 4 or 6 points. On many averages, he now is ahead in Michigan and Wisconsin, and he cut down the how bad he's losing in Pennsylvania to, in some averages, less than a point. So and this is once again before he spent a significant amount of his war chest that he has on hand, that he's just holding. So yeah, I think that's why he's actually down in the polls. He's kind of not even really campaigning. He's just kind of collecting cash and planning for the future. He's sitting on like a treasure chest like a dragon. Oh, he's old. Maybe that makes sense. He likes sitting on the money like that, like a dragon. Biden dragon. Yeah, this starting to, maybe he really is that old. Okay. He's taken that Eldritch, he's taken a page of the Eldritch playbook. The great mythical beast.
And when you put all that together, why do you want him to run? It might be the only way you lose.
Respectfully, Pierce, I would argue that the reason that this is such a top of mind issue is because we have media like this right now, like Fox News in the United States, like Newsmax, like OAN.
But I'm not right wing.
This idea relentlessly.
I'm not right wing, Brian. That's your problem. The Achilles heel is I'm literally not conservative. Everybody knows that. So you can say shows like this, but I'm literally
having this conversation.
I'm not on the right,
Pierce,
so it doesn't work.
Pierce, we're having this conversation, and this conversation is that drum is beat relentlessly in the United States because it's used as a distraction to not talk about the accomplishments.
All right, let me go to check. You've been waiting patiently.
Okay, Piers,
Yeah, tell me quickly, yeah.
Piers, I would just want to interject real quickly because I have to say this. Brian, there is nothing I would love more than for the Democrats to stick with Joe Biden as their nominee. I have no dog in this fight. I hope.
Here, I'm just going to be honest with you. I think we've talked about it before. I think this is the last thing I want to say here. I think maybe we'll cover the rest of this sometime, but I don't know. The time to, and I say this as a progressive who has many problems, as a leftist, okay, socialist, and I say this as what like that type of person who has many problems with Joseph R. Biden Jr. The time to replace Joe Biden was yesterday. It's too late. It's too late to replace Joe Biden. Joe Biden needed to be replaced the second he got into office in 2021. Yeah, like what needed to happen was a concerted effort by the entire Democratic Party to keep him in office for a time and find an heir to the throne and funnel all their money and effort towards that, groom them to be like a successor to Biden's presidency, and have Joe Biden not run, have him basically campaign completely for the other guy, and then bump that guy up in the polls and give them like all the cash. Give them all the cash and clout for a from a sitting president and a like the next president. That's what needed to happen. That didn't happen, and it's too late. It's not going to be Kamala Harris. It's not going to be Gavin Newsom. All right. So I don't know who the hell you think you're going to run this late in the game, but it's too late to replace Joe Biden, and it was too late to replace Joe Biden by I think the midterms in 2022. It's been over to replace Joe Biden. And even with the people who are running right now, who I may share like probably some more political agreements with, a little loosely on Cornel West, because I read his policy proposals and I kind of didn't see any. But outside of that, none of them are running a serious campaign. And I'm not saying this to be a hater or anything, but none of them are running a serious campaign. And I think if you're going to be honest with yourself, you know that as well. None of them are running serious campaigns. All of them started running their campaign way too late. All of them aren't doing. All of them, none of them are doing like real stump speeches or anything, or doing like really big fundraisers. I mean, like grassroots fundraisers as well. None of them are part of like a really established party. Cornel West hopped around like 4 parties. One of them had like a huge drama, right? Like there's, it's just they're not really running. They're not running real campaigns. Finally get to close that door from that demon. Yeah, they're just not running real campaigns. There was like the Socialist Party or something, like some socialist party, some workers party or something, where 2 Hispanic girlies are running, but they only started their campaign in like September last year. I was like, wow, how have I not heard about this? And it's because they started their campaign September last year. Guess what? And starting that campaign was too late for them to file in most states in the country for being a part of the election. And people are like, oh, you should vote for these guys. In Kentucky, I can't even vote for them because they weren't running a real campaign. They're not running real campaigns. They're not running serious campaigns. They're running protest campaigns, which I really don't want to give. I really don't give a shit about. I'll be real with you. I wish I could, but I can't. I don't give a shit about them. I don't give a shit about fake protest campaigns. None of them are running real campaigns at all. He doesn't see this chat. I do. I literally said hi. Yeah, Dems needed to Dems needed to decide like a different candidate after Joe Biden won the nomination. Honestly, that should have been something that should have been planned beforehand and started making movements for the second he won the nomination. And that's what should have happened. But the Democrats didn't. So you can't replace Joe Biden. You simply just can't. Everybody would do worse than Joe Biden at this point in time. And I've never heard a convincing argument otherwise. We may want a different candidate. You may like pray for a different candidate. Nobody would do better. Nobody would be in a better place than Joe Biden right now. I personally believe. I don't believe that he would be in a better spot. Anybody else would be in a better spot if they tried to jump in like this. I just don't think so. Even if he dropped out. Because nobody's ready to take the spot. Nobody's ready to take their spot. I mean, Kamala Harris couldn't even win her own state when she was running against Joe Biden. Okay, at least Bernie put up like a real fight, right? At least in a lot of states during the primary, Bernie was their first choice, not their second choice a lot of the times. But yet he more than Biden, he was their first choice. But Biden won because more than Sanders, he was their second choice for voting. You know. And so that's why a lot of votes consolidated around him. But yeah, nah, it's too late. Historically, incumbents have won their second term. Listen, incumbency still, even though incumbency, the power of it has dropped, incumbency still important in the country. Kamala Harris is not going to be president ever. She just doesn't have it in her. She don't have that dog in her. She doesn't have what it takes. She just doesn't have what it takes. You can say whatever you want. I just don't think she has what it takes. I feel like anybody else who's serious also agrees that she doesn't have what it takes. She does not. Couldn't even win California, her own state. Wait, didn't she come in third in her own state? She didn't beat Biden. I think she lost to Biden and lost to Bernie, and I think maybe lost to Elizabeth Warren. It was bad. It wasn't like the real big candidate won. Sure, but she came in second. Nah, she came in like third or fourth. She got obliterated. She's just not built for it. She's not. I'm gonna say it again. If you want a female president, right, who's not evil, your only real option right now is for the Democrats to start grooming what's her name? Gretchen Whitmer. And start grooming Gretchen Whitmer into running for office, running for the presidency specifically. Outside of that, you're there's I don't think there's really any. I don't see any woman right now who's in the position to do that, even anywhere close. I think the next people who the Democrats should be seeing to run next is Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania. Maybe Sherrod Brown someday, before he dies, probably. Shapiro, maybe Sherrod Brown, Gretchen Whitmer, Tim Walz, that guy as well. And the governor of Minnesota, I forget his name. I hate Shapiro though. Let's just be honest. He would just win. I don't even know or care what else happens. He would simply just win. If Josh Shapiro ran and was supported by the Democratic Party, he would simply just win. I don't think does anybody disagree with that? Being the well-respected governor from Pennsylvania as a Democrat, I don't even think he'd have to campaign. He'd just win. He would completely lock down the Rust Belt. And that's all. He would completely lock down the Rust Belt. And every other state that the Democrats need to win are just kind of easy to win. They just get them by default. It would be an instant win button. Infinite win glitch by running Shapiro or Whitmer, I personally believe. Probably great, but not evil. I haven't spoken about Elizabeth Warren because I just don't. From her performance in the 2020 election, I just don't think she's got what it takes to be able to make it. I don't think she's got what it takes to make it the whole way. I don't know. I see her the same as not the same politics, just so you know. Just like the talent to make it, you know, or being in the position to make it. Yeah, I don't think Elizabeth Warren is. You know, Bashir could make it at some point. I could see Newsom as well. Newsom has made like a national game. I can definitely see him trying to run. And I think it'd be relatively easy for him to win. I don't see any Republican who can who on the Republican side is gonna run for president after Trump is done with his chokehold on the party, you know? Charlie Kirk. Who's next? Carrie Lake after she loses the Arizona race here to Gallo. Haley, Cruz again, DeSantis. I don't know, maybe. I don't think any of them can make it. I don't think they got what it takes. Maybe Haley. But so many Trumpers hate Haley now. A lot of them hate Haley. Same with DeSantis, pant piss. I don't think Trump would do much to help them either. He kind of hates them. I don't know. Maybe if they suck his toes well enough, he'll start to come around on them. We're never gonna get a president that doesn't love Israel. Not for a little while. Not for a little while. But thoughts and opinions are changing on Israel pretty substantially. Never think that. I don't want you to fall into the belief that everything's going. I don't want you to fall into the belief that the right now 90% of the country's pro-Palestinian or something. It's not true. But what I will say is that there's a vibe change when it comes to people's thoughts and opinions on Israel, and it's pretty drastic, especially since they're going up against a radical Muslim terror group like Hamas. It's very surprising that even in those certain circumstances that people's opinions on Israel are changing, but they really are, and I think it's going to stick, especially as younger voters start to age up and start to vote more. Romney? I could see Romney making it. If Romney gets lucky and is fielded against a like doo-doo ass Democratic presidential nominee, and Obama isn't like, I don't know, and Obama gets assassinated or something, or just decides not to help him, yeah, I think Romney would probably sweep. I think Romney would sweep, especially after coming out to say that he's not going to be voting for Donald Trump this election cycle. I don't know, he might sweep. He might sweep. But I think he'd have to get lucky. Lots of the GOP hates his guts. Yeah, that's true. But he's still not a Democrat. That's true, but he's still not a Democrat, right? If it was Romney versus Biden, I don't think there'd be a chance of Biden being able to pick up Arizona. Well, right now there's a chance of it. I don't think he'd be able to pick up Wisconsin, in my personal opinion. What's your plan on not voting? It completely depends on how you think on voting, okay? And then I want to talk about this abortion segment I put together for you all. If you view voting, like as I do, as a political activist, as a tool to keep bad actors as much as possible at bay from the levers of power, and keep people closest to your political philosophy and wants in power as much as possible, it is a very stupid thing to not vote. If you view voting as a moral extension of your personal, a moral extension of your person, and you view voting as a sign of approval for everything that a president or politician has ever done and will do, then yeah, I guess you should like never vote ever. But I don't think there's no, if you're a left-wing person in this country, there is no smart reason to not vote. It's only just like, in like an emotional, and not an emotional like necessarily negative way, but I mean like, I don't mean emotional like negative, like that's a bad thing, but because emotion should always play into everything that you do. Solely emotional, self-serving action, because the only thing that you're doing is saying that you don't really care what happens in the election. You just don't, you feel like you would make yourself feel better by not participating. And that's just kind of it. Without putting any morals, well, without trying to put as little morals as possible into it. You're basically just saying, I don't really care what happens. I personally don't want to do anything because I feel it would make me feel better to not do anything. But if you're like a political activist, you care about politics, the way the country goes, and who's in power and who uses the levers of power. There's no good reason for you not to vote at all. There's no good argument. So yeah. Shark, what's up, brother? Not much. I'm just chilling. We're about to start a segi. You don't feel America's great and takes care of its citizens? Okay. Welcome. You're in a stream full of like socialists and leftists, okay? You're not, that opinion is not that I'll add it to the pile, right? You know, get in line, I'll say. This is you're in a stream full of people who've who've been feeling, we agree, yeah, who've been feeling that for forever. Okay, so don't worry, that's, you know, I get it. I feel the exact same way. That's why I vote. That's why I vote. On top of the idea that, like, you should never not vote. There's never, okay, listen, let me pause the music here. There's never a good reason to not vote besides, like, you're hospitalized in a coma on the brink of death, unable to use your motor functions or your frontal cortex, right? That's the only situation that I could possibly think of where I would kind of give an excuse to somebody who's, like, politically knowledgeable for why they shouldn't vote. Outside of that, it's only kind of bullshit, to be frank with you. If I'm going to be frank with you, right? We're all adults here. I think you can take it. The reason is because and I'm not saying just vote for Democrats, okay? I'm saying vote. I don't care what you're casting your vote for, or, well, I do, but if you're, I think I want someone to vote, no matter how they vote, more than someone to not vote, specifically because our political parties and people who are politically interested always use voting data for what they're going to do. All right, let's say for what they're going to do. Let's say you live in some kind of bumfuck district or something where it's pretty ruby red, but the voter registration itself is much closer to 50-50. But they almost never make it. Let's take North Carolina, for example. Let's say you live in North Carolina. North Carolina, they call a swing state. That's a Republican state, okay? If I've ever seen one. They've always voted for Republicans, except for sometimes for the governor, okay? They're actively thinking about voting for a candidate who's, like, actually unironically, like, Uncle Ruckus mixed with Nick Fuentes. That's somebody, that's the Republican nominee for governor, and they're actually entertaining putting him in office. Some polls show them neck and neck. I think a lot of those polls are bad. Really high quality polls show, like, the Democrat winning by a decent amount, but it's North Carolina. Who knows? Let's say you're a Democrat in North Carolina. Almost every single time the Republicans win. It's always like 1 point in between the two parties, but Republicans almost always come out on top. And let's say you think about that and you go, well, I guess I'll just not vote because Republicans always win. And then, like, let's say some Dem strategist or some progressive strategist is looking in the area to see if they make any inroads. They want to make inroads in places where they feel like they can win over voters. If you stop voting and stop becoming a consistent voter, they're not going to consider you when thinking of where to put effort and resources to change areas from red to blue or red to whatever color, right? Or like thinking about places to run and fund candidates, because why would you waste money in places where people don't vote? Why would you listen to people who don't vote? Why would you try to win over people who don't vote? Why would you try to spend your time in your limited campaign resources on people who don't vote? Why not spend it on the people who do vote and get them to vote for you instead? So you should always vote. I don't care if you have no clue what's happening. For one, you should in your local elections, but let's say you have no clue what's happening in your local elections. You should always go in, right, uncommitted, right, go down to write-in, right, fucking SpongeBob or something, and then go back home. You should always cast your ballot. There's no good reason to not cast your ballot. You should always cast your ballot, because you should always be known. It should always be known that you are a voter whose opinion matters and whose vote a politician wants to win. If Gen Z and under 30s are about to be, if not already, the largest voter bloc, the largest voting age population in the entire country, but geezers still run our elections, and geezers get whatever they want because young people just don't vote. If young people voted, okay, this country would be probably 15 times better than it has since, like, the dawn of this country existing. But young people just don't really care about voting. They just don't really have a reason to vote. Geezers have a reason to vote, to keep resources from you, to hoard resources for themselves, to push society to increase property values and decrease the housing availability. So the home that they bought in 1950 for 5 pennies gets to go up gets to go from 1 million to 5 million in the next 4 years, and they get to refinance and take a cruise ship to the Bahamas, right, and chill out. While you stay renting your house and liking memes on Twitter that say, my parents at 21, let's buy this house and have kids. Me at 21, dude, the Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erd Tree expensive. I'm not sure if I can fit into my budget. That's why you suffer, honestly, is because kind of you don't vote. We don't vote as a collective, and we suffer because of it. So yeah, that's kind of it. That's kind of just kind of how it is, right? Not being politically active is one of the biggest issues with that. That's one of my biggest issues with my voter block. If like we voted, this country would simply be better. If we voted as much as we complained, this country would simply be better. If we organized as much as we complained, the country would be better. If we rallied behind politicians who have our interests in mind, this country would be better. But it simply is not, because we don't. And voting is a large part of that. So. Had a geezer cuss me out over the phone the other day because my hotel sold out. Because my hotel was sold out. And her ass said, "Toss something out and check me in." Toss something out. Oh, that's crazy. That's the leading voting demographic right now. They do not give a fuck. Yeah, that's usually how. Yeah, that's how it works. That's how it works. Yep. Yep. That's how it is. Yeah, we do live in geezernomics. We do live in geezernomics, 100%. Welcome to the geezer economy. How did geezer? Yeah, it's crazy. Geezer cuss you out. Oh, thank you so much, Rose for the 5 gifted subs. That's it. Well, yeah, 5 gifted memberships. Wow. I think you're the first person to donate memberships. Thank you so much for that. That's incredibly nice of you. Thank you. If you guys didn't know, you can become a member on the YouTube channel for $2.99 and also get emotes, exclusive site emotes that I'll actually be adding onto here soon. And also when you become a member, you get priority status when you comment on videos, and I'll always read member comments. I try to reply to them or like them as much as possible. And on top of that, you get to see videos early as well. Usually about a day early, if not more, depending on like my backlog that I have. So yeah, that's usually how that works. And thank you so much, Rosat, for the sub yourself. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate that.
Shark, Pog.
We're pogging out, man. Hello, what's good? So worth it to be a member? You should do it. I kind of want to do some like member games too. For games too. And once again, sharky.cc, sharky.cc. You can check out the site chat as well if you would like to type into this beautiful, amazing chat. You can even subscribe if you don't want your subscription money to go to a multi-billion-dollar company, and go to the actual content creator that you would like to support. Me or someone else. You subscribe, you get a cool epic color name, and you also get exclusive emotes, a bountiful amount of emotes that you get to use wherever and whenever you want when in chat. They're pretty good. We add emotes pretty often. I think our sub emotes are kind of nice, and some of them I made myself by hand. Handcrafted emotes for the subscribers are over here too. I toiled away in the meme mine to make some of these for you. Pew pew. Yeah, like Swig. Dude, Swig is so good. It's so funny. Oh, that was so funny. Yeah, Lem what? We have Ket Stare as well. Ket Stare went crazy. You just gotta be there when some of these emotes were taken. Like Swig, right? Like Lem what? Like Ket Stare. Lem what and Ket Stare both together. They came from the same stream. Swig. Wah, wah, wah. Thank you. Thank you. I was there. I remember. What did Lems there? Legendary. All right. Here's one thing. We're going to be talking about this segment about conservatives going insane after the fall of Dobbs. But before that, I'm going to go pee. I got to use the bathroom. I got to stand up as well. I gotta stand up because I haven't stood up. What, it's been 4 hours? I haven't really taken a break. No, I think I took one break earlier. I should take another break. I'm gonna get up. My butt kind of hurts. I'm gonna stretch my legs. I'm gonna chill out for a second. Probably use the bathroom. Drink a little bit of water. Rest my throat a little bit. And I'm girl, and I'm gonna go piss. Need a break fast. We made quiche last night and it was really good. And I had some today. I only had a slice. I haven't really eaten much. Adderall has been devouring my appetite, which is kind of cool because it's kind of like being on a diet without even trying. Who needs Ozempic when you have 25 milligrams of Adderall you take every day? I ate one thing and I only just started getting hungry just a moment ago because I started thinking about it. It's kind of going crazy. I'm pogging to the moon. I'm pogging out the stratosphere. I'm a Addy Andy right now. Now let's see. Hey, stimulants. But the gains? Ooh. Ooh, the gain. Ooh, yeah. Python. Ah. Is that what the right means by white genocide, destroying white names in Sharky.cc? Yes, that's my favorite type of genocide, actually. The white name genocide in chat. It goes so crazy. It goes so crazy. And you all get to enjoy your emotes too. So what can I say? Let's see. Let's see. What do we, you know, I used to play you videos of people just kind of walking around cities and stuff. Here, I'll play you another one while we get up. Here you go. You get to enjoy Shibuya. What do you think? You guys want to enjoy Shibuya? You want to have a nice trip in Shibuya? Shibuya time. You know, like a nice little trip in Shibuya. Here, let me see. Can I get a little yoink? Is yoinking possible? Here we go. Yoink. Oh. Here you go. Here you go. This one's for the fool with ADHD here. The fools with ADHD here. Here you go. Here you go, Stinky. Enjoy that. And thank you to Virtual Japan. All right. Enjoy that. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna vibe for a second, okay? Thank you. Thank you. Stay tuned and we'll be right back. Enjoy the music. Be back in like a couple minutes.
There are three basic types, Mr. Pizer: the wills, the won'ts, and the can'ts. The wills accomplish everything, the won'ts oppose everything, and the can'ts won't try anything.
Well, do us all a favor, Vincent, and try to be a can, especially where that monster's concerned. We need you, not another corkscrew. Hey, look at that.
Vincent, you're gonna have the time of your life in there. I don't mean to sound superior, but I hate the company of robots.
So try and relax, have some fun. Remember what they say, all work and no play?
All sunshine makes a desert, so the Arabs say.
We've been in some scrapes before, and we're gonna get out of this one.
That was the quiche that we made the other day. I grabbed me a slice. Let's put that there. You know what? While I was gone, I thought about something. Chat, tell me what you think. I don't think in this country we need to get more people to vote. When you vote, which is like the simplest political action, I think you'd be more likely to get involved in other parts of politics as well. But here's the thing. I don't think we could get away with, and I don't really support a mandatory voting law or something, right? One, I think it might be, I think the Supreme Court will probably strike it down. And also, I just don't like the idea of fining people or having people being reprimanded for not voting. Now, here's the thing. I think days where people vote, 1, they're holidays. 2, you get a notification on your phone alerting you that voting is coming soon. Same way like a tornado warning or a like Amber Alert pops up on your phone. Okay? 3, I think you should be mailed to your to whatever billing address the government has for you, like a little pamphlet about where to vote and how to vote. Okay, in your area. All right. In that email, in that like text that you should get, like text or like alert, text alert, whatever, that you get on your phone, there should be a link to like information in your area about voting. You should be automatically registered to vote as well. You should be you should be automatically registered to vote as well, and you should be automatically mailed a early ballot when early voting starts in your area. Just automatically, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You just get, wherever you are, you just get one. If the state thinks you're alive and they have a billing address for you, they will just send you it, right? That's what I think should happen. And I think instead of making voting mandatory, we can make voting like heavily suggested. This is important. Thank you, Dilf Lover. Thank you, Dilf Lover 29. I'm gonna get your name right. For the tier 1, for joining the frenzy and being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. Thank you. They said, say hi to my kitten, Navi. She loves to slap you through the computer screen. I knew I felt something I knew I felt some tickle on my nose. Hi, Navi. Hi, Navi. You're very cute. Thank you so much for the sub. You should get a little treat after voting. Yeah, and on top of that, you'll get like, I don't know, like a tax refund. You get like an extra $50 in your tax refund or something. I don't know. Yeah, federal holiday, sent a notification on your phone like an Amber Alert that voting's coming up, when and where you can vote in your area. Automatically mailed a absentee ballot. Automatically registered to vote when you turn 18. Yeah, all that stuff. And I really feel like we can get more people to vote. It's just, I think a lot of people, it's more like they don't know when to vote, especially when it comes to primaries and stuff. In countries with to answer your question, Cross, in countries that have mandatory voting, it's not like you have to pick a candidate to vote for. You have to send back a ballot. I think usually there's like a no vote option. Like everybody has to, I think under threat of fine or something, everybody who's of voting age has to send back a ballot. That's like filled out, right? I think you can just type write in, nobody, nothing, SpongeBob SquarePants for president. But no, you don't have to specifically pick up a candidate to vote for. I just think people would, at least here in the country, would get upset. Here in the U.S. would get upset if you like told them they need to do something. Oh, the government's telling me I need to do something. They get upset. So I think you just like heavily reinforce the idea that you should be voting. You know, like the only barrier should be between you and voting is you like literally just picking the candidate. You shouldn't even, I don't think you should even need to like get up out of your seat. There have even been talks of like voting apps like on your phone and that you can log into on your computer and then cast your ballot. I'm not sure how you would make that super secure, but I don't know, there's probably a way. If they can make apps to get into your bank account, they could probably make apps to vote. Really? Both of you are here, huh? I got 2 dogs under my feet. We could do it if we weren't geezer pilled? I think so. And the Republicans' insanely right-wing stance, extremist right-wing stance on making voting as difficult as possible since they lost 2020. Sad. My sister's BF sent me some conservative clip, and I'm gonna try so hard about why it's wrong. Well, you mean tell him so hard why it's wrong? Sent you some conservative clip. Isn't your sister's boyfriend like an Andrew Tate fan or something, or is that a different guy? Try to explain why it's wrong. I see. Yeah, might as well be communist China if you try and force me to vote. God dang. He liked that guy who died. Oh, Kevin Samuels, the guy who died. Guy who kicked the bucket. Death guy. Guy who died. It's slightly better. They are better. Yeah, I mean, listen. I hear some people say like Abba and Preach do like this or that. Actually, I don't watch them enough. I don't really know that much about Abba and Preach, honestly. People don't like post Abba and Preach clips anywhere. People don't like, I don't know, people don't really talk about them that much. They're not in the center of like controversy very often. They don't like, they talk about stuff, but I don't know, people just don't talk about them like that. They don't have that like outward pushing force to their content like Destiny has. Destiny has this community that like always are pushing his content outwards. What? So yeah, I don't think Abba and Preach, they just don't seem to be doing that really. With their audience or themselves, they just don't push like that. So I just don't really hear about them. And I don't really watch their content. They don't come up on my time. They don't get recommended to me or anything. I'm just not there. I guess I'm not their target demographic or something. But yeah, I just don't know that much about them, so I can't really say much about them. You don't think they're that volatile? I view them as kind of like... normie, like the normie, like the way more normie version of like the 2015, 2016, like cringe react channels or whatever, like those guys. They just have just like a more black audience and everything. So, and I think they have better, I don't know, from what I've seen, they have like better beliefs than those crazy crazy people, right? So. You want us to push your content down people's throat, Shark? You want us to fed it up? Yes. Yes. Go, my federal agents. Attack. Lay it on. Thick and sloppy like. That's the hope, at least. All right. Okay. Deploy the shark bots. Maybe I need to start buying bots to spread my content on other social media platforms. That'd go crazy. I'm gonna be honest. might need to hop on that train. Might go crazy. Maybe I need to be like Israel and start paying people to like, we need like a sort of shark bara, you know? You've heard of Hashbara? We need like a Hasbara, we need like a shark bara, you know? Pay people to do propaganda on my behalf on social media. Like Andrew Tate? Yeah. I don't have any clip farms or anything. I don't have any like I don't have any accounts dedicated to like reposting parts of my content that I don't publish or anything. Yeah, no. I'm just vibing. I'm really just some guy. I really am just some guy. I don't get pulled into controversy very often, you know? Really just some guy. I'm dealing with some guy syndrome, which I think is, you know, I've said it before, I think it's nice though. I enjoy. Yo, one guy moment, some guy moment. Can we create a Cult of Shark? We already did in Cult of the Lamb. We need to get back to playing that game too. It's fun. Fun game. Apparently had an update too. Couch co-op. Is Boo eating his foot? Yeah, he has allergies that make his foot itchy, and sometimes he nibbles on them. That's why they look like that. When he was younger, we couldn't figure out exactly what was going on with him. So we took him to the doctor back and forth. They didn't really know. We tried different medicines, but all the time he would still chew on his feet. So his feet are like covered in scars from back then. And he still gets allergies every now and again. And I have to clean out his paws. So it seems like he needs his paws cleaned again. I'm pretty sure he's allergic to grass. He's on some steroids for it. You try oatmeal? Don't worry, I have. I definitely have. He hates putting his feet in. His feet are like naturally sensitive, so he hates putting his feet in stuff like that, and you know, he just goes that way. My corgi's like that, and I dunk her feet in a baby pool before coming in from playing outside. I think we should probably do that. I think I gotta start to dunk his feet in like a little pool of some medicine or something. Just wash his feet before he comes in. He might need it. But yeah, before we leave, I'll make sure to give him, to clean his feet for him a little bit. Give him a little extra medicine. He should be fine then. All right. Yeah. One moment. I'm trying to pull up one more thing before I start this. Okay. Okay. Here we go. That's done. I'm just gonna make sure that I have all my tabs in order. I got a lot of tabs. I got a lot of tabs here. I got a tab. See, this is why I don't keep you under my desk very often. You know that? It's because of this. What are you doing? What is he doing? Okay. Are you just gonna leave now? He's not even the one with the bad feet. Ugh, come here. There we go. Sits under my desk. Ruins my camera placement. And then just gets up and leaves without explaining a single thing. He's just so weird. He all he does is cause trouble, I swear. It's hard being a dad. It's hard being a father. Okay. Yeah, thanks for the sub. They want. If they do what they want, they're not good boys. Okay. Boom. Okay. I had to restart my computer, so I gotta make sure that all these segments are actually in order and in line, because I had to put it all back. It was a bit of a problem. It was because I couldn't go live. I don't know. It was just earlier I couldn't go live on YouTube for just some reason. Go. That one's good. That one's good. That one's good. All my highlighted sections. This highlight tool has been really nice. I'm gonna be honest with you. This highlight tool has been really, really nice. I'm glad that I started using it, because I don't need to like try to force myself to remember exactly what parts of an article are important to read. I can just read through the article and then highlight the parts that are important, and then when I scroll back through, in every single spot, I know exactly what to do. Okay. Can I bathe your dogs? They do need a bath. There are stink pots. So when I get back, I'm gonna give them a bath and everything. So I don't know. Maybe I'll send you their hair. You know. Subscribe. The next week, if you subscribe, you'll be put into a raffle to get my dog's hairball. There you go. No, that's not true. Would be funny though. Hello? Okay, freak. All right. He just hates his children. You're not wrong. You ain't wrong. Why have children if you don't hate them? That's what I ask. What, you're having children for fun? Freak. Weirdo. Yikes. Yikes. Okay. Let's see. Yo, chat, have you guys been keeping up with reproductive rights, abortion rights, and stuff in the country recently? Or has that kind of slipped your mind? Has it been something you've kind of like kept like a little eye on, but hasn't really dug into much? It's something that I've been thinking about for a little while, and I was thinking about putting together a segment on it, and I finally decided to, with one big thing that happened the other day, which I think illustrates the point perfectly for what I want to talk about. Because no longer do we have to talk in the sort of abstract or what is possible to happen in the future. Now we can talk about things that have happened and what are going on, to kind of steel man the point a bit more, which I think would be good. I think it'd be good. So let's do a little segue. I think I have everything. I think I have all my ducks in a row. They're quacking. They're having a great time. Having a great time. So yeah. I assume it's bad. You know. Let's talk about it. Something weird happened the other day. The Supreme Court chose not to hear a legal case about mifepristone, a reproductive pill that ends abortions, but GOP states could still sue. This is a case that was supported by over 130 GOP lawmakers, states, and some of their legal representatives. This is a case whose goal was to get the Supreme Court to forcefully revoke the legalization and the FDA certification of this drug specifically. In simpler terms, the GOP were trying to ban abortion pills in the US. That was their goal. The Supreme Court decided not to hear the case, but that doesn't mean that they ruled in favor of the FDA or people who want this, or people who want the medicine to be legalized, and not forcefully taken off the books by forced birth GOP representatives. And even a couple days ago, the Senate tried to push through a bill that would protect women's rights to IVF, in vitro fertilization. And Republicans completely blocked the bill. They stopped the bill from going into effect. Actually, when it could have they stopped the bill from going into effect and be written into law, when they could have just not done that. How do we really get here? This has been a large effort, a concerted effort after Dobbs was done in. Now you need to remember that the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade was something that the Republicans and conservatives at large in the country have been working towards for 50 years, ever since the court's been ruled on. It was the lawyers that helped win the election by forcing the Florida government to throw away ballots for Al Gore in the Gore v. Bush election, are some people who are sitting on the Supreme Court bench right now, getting their gift for helping take the election for Bush. One of those people is actually named Brett Kavanaugh. And lawyers being put up and kept in a rotation of people who have done good work for Republicans, being rewarded with going as far as possible to do what their clients want to be done, getting rewarded for their staunchness in their position with being on the Supreme Court. That's why many of the Supreme Court justices that Donald Trump put into office are there, and that's what they're doing. So after they finally got exactly what they want, after 50 years of toiling, they got exactly what they wanted. The Supreme Court to say that there is no fundamental right to end a pregnancy, period. And it's up to the states to decide when people are actually allowed to do that, or not. And that is when something happened. Something quickly happened. And what that was was trigger laws. Now, if you don't know what a trigger law is basically a law that's put into effect, but doesn't. A trigger law is a law that's written into effect. It's written on the books, but it's not enforceable yet. There's something external that needs to happen, and then the trigger law is then taken into effect. There was something like that in Arizona. Arizona actually had a trigger law, and that law was a 160-year-old ban on ending pregnancy that had been on the books ever since the state had been a state, and it's actually even before it'd been a state. The Supreme Court of Arizona upheld that it is enforceable after Roe was struck down, specifically because there was no other law on the book overturning that law. And so it began one of the first, but not the only, points where the right to what you can do with a pregnancy was then instantly taken away from many people. And this one was a strict one. It was one of the strictest, actually. It was one of the strictest, actually, on the books. The only exception is the right to save the pregnant person's life, but not for assault and not for incest. All those things are fair game to the people who wrote this law. And you know what else was fair game? Apparently, 10-year-olds, because in this exact same sweep of laws that put the 160-year-old abortion law into effect was also Arizona's original age of consent, which put it at 10 years old, actually. 10 years old, which is, you know, I don't think we should be listening to those people exactly on their moral quandaries with a specific item, right? Very interesting stuff. So when this happened, obviously it started to get bad because most people in this country at this moment in time, even though there are broad swaths of the country who have very strict and sometimes middling views on abortion, in many states, the vast majority of people want it to be legal in some form, in some pretty reasonable form, right? Arizona is one of those states. And so when that happened, and the Republicans got exactly what they wanted, they started to scramble, realizing that this could mean a massive blowback for their goal of winning the 2024 election. Which means that this could be a serious threat to them trying to win the 2024 election, because now they have to scramble to justify a law that they wanted in place, but almost all of their constituents absolutely hated. So the former governor of Arizona comes out and says, "Oh, I think it went too far. I don't really think that's a good idea." Sean Hannity completely switched his tune the second this happened because it looked so bad. It was a PR disaster for the Republicans.
And when it comes to right-wing media, second verse, same as the first.
There's nothing extreme about individual states regulating abortion. Supreme Court ruling was a momentous decision that returns abortion law back to the states where it belongs. Individual voters, you will now decide abortion law at the state level per the 10th Amendment of our Constitution. He rightly believes, if you believe in the Constitution, that it should be left up to the states and for the people in every state to decide. That is called, democracy. That is called states' rights, for example.
What about now?
But
fast forward.
After this,
now for an Arizona Supreme Court ruling that upholds what is a Civil War-era law banning abortion. This will be fixed in the next week or two. Let not your heart be troubled. I can pretty much assure that will happen. Trump opposes the law and this ruling.
Instantly comes out, whoa, what? Finally, there's nothing radical about our ideology. Oh, wait a second, that's a little too radical. This is going to be fixed instantly in the next week. It was not fixed instantly in the next week. Actually, they tried to fix it in the next week. But what happened was that the Republican legislature in Arizona voted to stop overturning that rule 3 times. Is it because they thought the rule was way too strict, or was it because they actually completely agree with the idea of, completely agree with the original writer's vision of a 11-year-old being assaulted and being forced to give birth to their assaulter's child? I personally don't, that child being forced to give birth to another child. I personally don't think so. I think I personally think that's more aligned with their beliefs than them thinking that this is some horrible law that shouldn't have been passed, because they specifically tried to keep it in the law when they had the opportunity to overturn it. So this got bad, okay? A lot of people started to come out and say that they don't want this law on the books. They want their freedom to be able to choose when and where and how they have families, and not the state or a 160-year-old law to be able to choose that for them. When that happened, the woman running for Senate, yes, she's still trying to run for a seat somewhere in Arizona. She thinks she can get it somewhere in Arizona. Somewhere wants her to be representing them. I promise. The woman who's never polled well once in Arizona, Carrie Lake, actually had to flip-flop on this bill. It instantly came out and she was like, yes, this is so good. And then she realized that everybody hates it and she was like, wait, this is so bad. It was like days apart. One day she was brought onto a conservative station and she said, I completely support this bill. We're gonna protect the rights, we're gonna protect the rights of every unborn child in the country. And then she saw how bad the polling was. And I've never seen somebody change their tune faster than she did. Instantly flip-flops the second she finds any pushback and realizes nobody wants her draconian, disgusting theocratic laws on the books. But this isn't the only state where this happens. In other states, there are trigger laws as well. In Kentucky, we had a trigger law, if I remember correctly. In Georgia and other deep South states, they had trigger laws. In Texas, they definitely had a trigger law. Or in other places, they also passed bans in some capacity. A full ban, meaning that it is completely illegal, except for extringent circumstances, like you can definitely prove that you're almost about to die, or you can definitely prove that you were totally assaulted. And then there's 6 week, and that's in like Texas, Oklahoma, all these types of states. And then there's 6 week bans. That's in Florida. 6 week bans. 12 week bans, and then 15 to 18 week bans as well in a large portion of the country, right? And there are a lot of problems with this, but we'll talk about them soon. One big problem is that these states already don't treat assault that well to begin with. So the fact that all these assault claims are sitting out there and is way more likely that they're not actually being taken seriously and don't actually make it to court. But now you think that you can make that the only reason for why you can get out of being forced to have a child by the state. I just don't think I don't really think that works. And I don't think it works either, right? And a lot of them also put in restrictions even when you can prove that you were assaulted, like waiting times as well. Or you can get out of it if you were assaulted, but in a specific time. And then they put a waiting period. So if you catch it late, then they force you to wait even longer to try to catch you so they can force you to give birth even more. It's really disgusting, this patchwork of ways that they would try to force women to give birth, because that's what this is about at the end of the day. I don't really like the whole like pro-life, pro-choice thing. It's pro-choice and forced birth. It's those two things. The government forcing you to give birth or the government not forcing you to give birth. That's the only real options that they have. The whole thing about life is not really true, because conservatives don't really care about the life of children. They take food from the mouths of children constantly. All these same states voted to restrict summertime free food to children of low-income housing that the Biden administration wanted to put into effect because they don't care. Still talking about Arizona though. Thankfully, their Democratic governor came out. Their Democratic governor and Democratic attorney general said that even if this law is put on the books, they will not enforce it. A lot of conservatives got really angry when they heard this, that the attorney general wouldn't force women in Arizona to give birth when they don't want to, when they were assaulted, or when or there was some other illegal act that was done to them that led to them getting pregnant. They got really angry with this. But this is an incredible thing for Mays. I watched Mays race when she was put in office, and it was a great job. She was running against, I forget his name. She was running against this far right weirdo that Charlie Kirk specifically pumped up, and he was specifically running just like Carrie Lake alongside to try to get the to try to hamstring any Democrats if they were put into office by invoking a super conservative, super stringent, and legally dubious ways to make the state worse. Thankfully, both lost. He was completely at a loss, and Arizona is far better of a state with a full slate of Democrats at the top of the ticket. I'm going to tell you that now, especially since all the conservatives tried to make sure that forced birth would be the law of the state as much as they possibly could, until the pushback got so bad, until the campaigning got so bad, and the polling back got so bad that the fourth time that they tried to repeal the law, they finally got it done. They repealed the 1864 ban. But there was only one problem, there's only one problem left, is that per Arizona law, there's only one problem left. Per Arizona law, the repeal can't actually go into effect until until 90 days after the end of the legislative session. So what the conservatives are thinking about doing is constantly extending the end of the legislative session as far as possible to push back the repeal going into effect as far as possible, and then hoping that the abortion law would go into effect, and then try to sue all the way up to the Supreme Court to get Mays to forcefully drag women to jail when they want to end pregnancies when they are sick or something along those lines, right? That's their goal, but I'm not sure I don't think it's going to happen that way. It seems like it's going to be a zombie law, and then it's going to get destroyed, thankfully. But that's not the end of it. That's where the story mostly ended in Arizona. But it picked up, and it's running across the entire country, from the head to the toes. We have an illness in our country, and that illness is radical religious zealotry that has been emboldened by Donald Trump's presidency to go as strict and as insane as possible on every law pertaining to and controlling and regulating the actions, the actions, activities, and choices women make, specific women and people who can give birth, that they can make regarding their reproductive process. Donald Trump, who's been actually pretty quiet on abortion, besides towing the I was the one who got Dobbs overturned, with putting so many conservatives on the Supreme Court. He hasn't really talked that much about abortion himself and what he plans to do. We know that what Donald Trump's plan is to be as pretty conservative as possible, but to lie about it on the campaign trail to not anger a lot of women voters. He privately, though, the New York Times got a scoop that he actually supports a 16-week ban. Now, why a 16-week ban? Because he's a child and he likes the idea of 16 weeks because, end quote, you know why I like 16? Mr. Trump told one of his people who was given anonymity to describe the conversation privately. It's even. It's 4 months. He likes 4 months. It's an even number. It's a cool number. 16. He just picked it out of thin air. Cool. 16. I'll take it. And so that's why he supports a 16-week ban. It sounds cool, right? Not a 15-week, a 16-week, because that's a Trump ban, right? That's what he says privately. In public, he likes to dodge the question constantly. Trump told advisors that he believes the decision was going to be harmful to the Republicans. First time I actually think Trump was right. Since then, he has formed the view that the abortion issue was overwhelmingly responsible for a string of Republican losses in congressional races. Once again, that's incredibly true. Democrats weren't polling necessarily that well before Dobbs. Post Dobbs, though, they got a massive bump and almost won the House. And the only reason why they didn't is because New Yorkers are stupid, and the New York legislation is stupid, and they put in a Republican-friendly map for no good reason, just because they're stupid people with stupid decisions who make stupid decisions. That's actually the reason why Democrats aren't in the a majority in the House right now. It's, once again, stupid. Never trust New Yorkers, okay? I hate them people. In Texas, state courts have ruled that women did not qualify for limited exceptions for life-threatening conditions related to pregnancy, even in cases where their fetus faced severe diagnosis and the woman's future fertility and health were jeopardized. So this is why conservatives lie constantly and like to try to soothe the conversation by saying, oh, there's going to be exceptions. There's definitely going to be exceptions. It's not like you can just claim the exception and then you can get abortion. There has to be checks on checks on checks, and then it can be up to the individual who's going through that, or like the police, or then you can get sued still and you can go to court. Even though anyways, you'll have the government breathing down your neck, and then you have to have some bureaucrat. You need to have a bureaucrat sign off on whether or not they think you have a valid reason to not die. And so obviously, there's going to be people who have incredibly life-threatening conditions, people who have very serious conditions that can deteriorate quickly, but because the state decided to hop in and decide for other people whether or not, when you're in a deadly situation, if you are qualified for life-saving medical treatment. Just imagine that. Like, you get into a car crash, your car is on fire, you have a massive gash in your head, 90% of your ribs are broken, and the paramedics pull up to the scene, and they have to send an email to your local congressperson for that of your condition to sign off on whether or not they could put you in the ambulance and take you to the hospital. And now we're starting to understand that the idea of there's going to be exceptions starts to kind of fall apart when you finally think about it, right? What's probably more likely to happen is that people are going to start to wonder whether or not they want to be liable to be sued for taking care of people's lives simply because some religious extremist decides that your life is not worth being free because you decided to help another person save theirs, right? And that is how you scare doctors from not doing these procedures and leaving the state, making it even harder for people to seek this care when they need it. Trump, who described himself as supportive of abortion rights for most of his life, announced in early 2011 that he considered running for president as a Republican, and now he just became anti-abortion. I don't really think he has many opinions on this, actually. I think he mostly says what he thinks people are going to want to hear, and he's flip-flopped on this idea constantly. Speaking of that, in January, he went on a Fox News town hall, and he's been facing a lot of pushback by like really hardline religious extremist conservatives. And he's not a religious guy. He holds the Bible upside down on accident. He doesn't have any. He's never really gone to church. He doesn't know any like real Bible verses or anything. He's not a religious guy, right? He's cheated on his wife multiple times. He's friends with Epstein. Okay, he's not a serious guy. He's not a seriously religious guy. Let's not be stupid. But like a religious extremist came up to him and said, reassure me. An abortion extremist came up and said, reassure me that that you would protect every person's right to life without compromise. And Donald Trump was like, yeah, I can't do that. Nah. I love where you're coming from, but we still got elections to win. So let's kind of cool it on the whole right to life thing. Because here's the thing, when you frame it as right to life, right? You start when you start to frame it as right to life, and you think a zygote from the moment from the moment that it becomes a single-celled organism, a zygote in the uterus is now a living person, and the death of that is the death of those cells is now a murder, right? Obviously, you can no longer have a nuanced position on this topic because now you have to admit that you can murder something that's done nothing wrong and is just kind of chilling because like oh you just like feel like it. There's like cool murder, right? If you think of it like that, then obviously you would come to this extreme position that like forced birth needs to happen no matter what, even in the case of assault, even in the case of incest, even in the case of like it being a child. It does not matter. It shouldn't matter to their political philosophy. They like to make excuses because they want to win and they like money, but outside of that they sell their own political philosophy here is nothing more than a tool to get votes and not an actual moral philosophy here. That's the problem. And honestly, a lot of these extreme forced birth conservative organizations around the country have really started to understand that. License to Kill, anti-abortion groups rage against the GOP. Some groups are running ads against long-standing GOP allies that use the same graphic imagery, blood, babies, and scalpels. They have long deployed to oppose Democrats and the abortion rights movement. Dog. Chill. I'm doing a stream, bucko. Chill. Can you do that for me? Okay. Give him a treat. How polite. How polite. So obviously, the fight when it comes to pregnancy and reproductive rights did not stop when it came to abortion. Obviously, it would never stop when it came to abortion because there's other ways to end pregnancy. Obviously, it would expand, and there's other ways to start pregnancy as well. These same people came out against IVF and other so came out against IVF and other medicines like mifepristone, which is a medicine used to end pregnancy instead of a surgical procedure. And also they came out against birth control as well. And these are the same people who've had a undertone of being anti-contraceptive as well. All of these forces are now emboldened by Dobbs being overturned, by the history of Donald Trump's presidency. All of these people have been pushed up and now find themselves at the precipice of being able to have their dreams. A society where women's reproductive rights are completely overturned. A society where reproductive rights of every person is controlled strictly by the state. What, do you need to go? Hooray for Hell World. Isn't that argument a tad bit disingenuous, considering conservatives being heavy on self-defense? Do you think they feel it as as fundamentally different? I would need you to explain a little bit more. The group of people who tout individual freedoms, they don't really care about women's individual freedoms. Yeah, I'll talk about that in a little bit. That's really important. Conservatives lie about the idea of like individual freedom. They don't really believe in individual freedoms. Conservatism and conservatives are heavy on regulating people's individual rights and freedoms and what they do in their spare time. Conservatives want a large government, a government so big and overpowering that it's a part of every aspect of your life, whether it's who you can marry when you're a consenting adult, to who you can have kids with, two completely consenting adults, as well, who if you want kids or not, what you can do when it comes to a pregnancy, how you raise your kids as well. Like they absolutely don't care about individual freedoms. They never have. They care about, here's the thing, okay? They care about one individual freedom. They care about the freedom to take away other people's freedom. That's what they care about. That's what they're enforcing. Is they're like freedom for states to make their, because they talk about the idea that states need to be free to make their own decisions, while all of their top running politicians are running on national bills to ban abortion and in other reproductive aspects of people's lives on a national level, and incredibly strictly as well, that would overturn other states that have more lax laws. They don't care. It's a lie. It's a front. It's a lie. It's a front. To be able to get sympathy and support while pretending that they're more moderate, while in all actuality being far more extreme than they could have gotten elected on. In the context of murder is never good, the idea that murder is never good when they feel it's necessary to defend yourself and property. I do think you're right when you say do whatever you want, just keep away from me. Well, here's the thing, okay? Their position, you got to remember, their position is a zygote is a baby, okay? The second a sperm enters an egg, that's a baby, a human life, and has the same exact human rights as you and I, okay? And so if you believe that, then all of these other arguments that they're saying follow, as long as they're as strict as possible. They all follow. They're not wrong. They're not like they don't not make any sense. Being less strict doesn't make any sense, because that's when you're making concessions to this idea that, oh, now we can find reasons to kill someone, because we can find reasons to kill someone, we can find reasons to end another person's life that wouldn't hold for any other person except for this, what they call a person in like incubating inside of another person's body, right? Which is crazy because they also hate big government. No, listen, they say they hate big government. Conservatives love big government. Conservatives love big government. They want the government to be in your bedroom, your bathroom, your doctor's room, like in your head, everywhere. Conservatives want government to be everywhere to control culture and thought and actions of the populace, so they act in ways that is that conservatives approve of, specifically. So that's why they want to ban gay people from being able to marry each other. That's why they want to be able to ban women from being able to control their reproductive the reproductive actions when pregnant and around pregnancy. That's why they believe all of those things. They love big government. What they mean by they don't like big government is taxes and bike lanes and low income housing. That's what they mean when they say they don't like big and gun regulation. That's what they mean when they say they don't like big government. If you're putting through a law that says that every person is forced to pray on Sunday for at least 1 hour, they would think that would be an excellent law and not bad and not big government, because it's good. It's good. Is it super big? The government forcing you to spend an hour doing a religious ritual once a religious ritual like once a week. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. But yeah, but listen, it's not big government. It's just it's just the correct thing to do. It doesn't matter. It's just a front for their actual political position. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, conservatives crazy deficit spend. They love big government. They love big government. And also conservatives. I mean, I wouldn't say that their like moral philosophy or axiom or whatever revolves around the idea that murder is never good. They also love murder. Like conservatives like really support the death penalty. They really support like stand your ground laws. They really support castle laws. Like they expand when conservatives have the ability to. They wildly expand the situations in which another person can kill a fellow citizen or human being. So yeah. Calvin Coolidge was the last Republican that reduced the deficit. Yeah. It ain't good. It ain't good. They love big government. Um right. So basically what a lot of conservatives are facing now is the extremist wing of their base being emboldened and now pushing for exactly what they want, of the complete shutdown of reproductive rights across the country, because they believe that reproductive rights is basically one of the keys to society. But I want to talk about that here in a moment. Remember that, okay? It's not just people on the fringe. There are very large groups. The largest Christian group in the entire country, the Southern Baptists, they came out against IVF, in vitro fertilization. They are skeptical about birth control. They're skeptical about contraceptives. All these people want a very strict religious theocratic rules pertaining to sexual behavior across the entire country. Now I want to take you through a little kind of touch on what's happening in some of these states. In Florida, they passed a 6-week abortion ban, one of the strictest in the country. And so I want to take you through this little article that talks about inside the first months of Florida's ban, because I thought it was quite interesting. People who got turned away are in shock. They say, I have to go home and have a baby now, when they didn't even want to have a baby in the first place. In the first 20 days of the ban, Di says her clinic had to turn away around 75% of her patients. People would cry, they would break down, they wouldn't know what to do. Sounds exactly what a normal human being would do when when their government tells them that they're forced to give birth, forced to do a life-threatening action because they just feel like they shouldn't be allowed to not. We've had a lot of patients who know about the law and come in early, but it's so early because they tested positive that we can't do anything. Sorry, because they tested positive, we can't see anything in them, and we have to send them home. Di says. In Florida, patients seeking an abortion, seeking to end a pregnancy, are required to get an ultrasound first for no reason. It's simply to slow down the process of ending a pregnancy purposefully. According to Guttmacher Institute, the Cleveland Clinic notes that an embryo can be detected via ultrasound as early as 6 weeks, meaning earlier ultrasounds might miss it. So they originally set their ban at 6 weeks, meaning that they say that you could end the pregnancy, but to end the pregnancy, they need to be able to see the embryo. But they said it so that that the doctors can't see the embryo by the time they're forced to. They can't see the embryo until the ban catches up. So now they can't actually stop the pregnancy because the law is now stopping them from doing so. And they did that purposefully. They did it purposefully to slow down the process as much as possible and make it almost impossible, while trying to maintain some sort of innocence in the process, saying that there is an out, while they're constantly like boarding up the doors like they're playing zombies, right? And that's what's going on here. They have to secure childcare. They have to secure travel. They have to secure lodging. There's lots more cost that goes into it, Kay says. It's not a simple flight. I was helping a caller earlier today, and there were no nonstop flights from her area. And so basically they were talking about how there are services now that help people who need to escape slowly turning conservative theocracy states to be able to end pregnancies if they feel like their life is in danger, if they can't take care of the child, if for whatever reason that they would want to, these states stop them, and so they need to be able to escape those states. And it's been difficult because of other laws that they're putting in on the books. And once again, this is purposeful. Here's a Republican congressperson coming out in support of, remember, this is the freedom. These people are supposed to be all about freedom. Stop trying to track down and stop people from leaving their state to be able to get care when their state forces them to give birth.
Our work as a pro-life movement is far from over. If a young lady can hop in a car in Fort Wayne and in an hour and a half she can be in a place in Michigan, or in just under 3 hours she could cross the line into Illinois and achieve what she was able to do with abortion clinics here in Indiana, the fight is far from over.
That's exactly right. And I'm for federal legislation. I'm for stronger laws at the state levels, whatever we can do to save lives, to protect babies. That's what this fight is all about.
Our work.
All right, so there you have it from straight from their mouths. They want to, and this is something that they've been doing, right? It's kind of like fugitive slave laws, right? It's something that conservatives have been cooking up for hundreds of years. So this isn't this isn't new to them. Okay, they're an old man in this game. What their plan is to pass laws that make it illegal to travel from one state to another state. So if you come back, they want to be able to arrest you for something you did in another state that's illegal in the state that you left, to be able to try to stop people from leaving. So much for freedom. You can't even go to you can't even exercise your freedom somewhere else. They still want to have control over you, even if you're out of their jurisdiction. They want to make it illegal to traffic somebody, to help drive somebody, to assist somebody who's trying to leave the state as well, putting massive fines and the possibility of jail time on those people as well. It is purposeful. It is purposeful. This is not a game that they're playing. All right, and they're being very serious about it. They want to control every aspect of. They want to control every aspect of reproductive life of every human in this country. Alabama's highest court even ruled that embryos are people. This is a story that you might have heard of. It happened earlier this year. But basically what happened is that a challenge went all the way, a challenge to what is a human went all the way up to the Alabama Supreme Court. Basically what it was about is that an in vitro fertilization, an embryo freezing facility, mishandled embryos, okay? And when they mishandled those embryos, they died. And so the owners of those embryos, the parents, right, the would-be parents, said that it was child endangerment and wrongful death. That was the lawsuit, right? But they claimed that those embryos weren't people. Now, obviously, by conservative logic, obviously those embryos were exactly people. And that's why they ruled that they could be judged as people. And if a embryo just dies, it should be treated in the law no different than a child dying in your daycare, right? It should be treated no different than like a drunk driving accident. It should be treated no different because apparently it's a person. So if something like this happens, that's why you need to be held to the highest court of law, highest standard on murder charges. And that's happening in some states like Texas, when people have miscarriages as well. You can be charged with murder. Ohio had a large case with this, with a 10-year-old being, remember Arizona's law where they set the age of consent at 10. There was a 10-year-old in Ohio who had to go to another state because Ohio's laws were so strict, and a baby was being forced to have a baby because conservatives think that's the only morally righteous thing to do in that situation. I think it's sick, in my personal opinion. I personally think it's sick, and a lot of people around this country think it's sick too. But I wanted to talk about a little something, okay? What's going on? What's happening? What's up with these people? Why are they doing this? Because I think a lot of people, when we talk about this issue, they give the correct answer for why it's happening, but they don't really elaborate on it anymore, and I think that's important. So why are they doing this? The answer is control. They say control women. I think they're trying to control everybody, but why? Why are they trying to control everybody? Why are they trying to control reproductive? Why are they trying to control reproductive rights in the way in which we engage with each other? And I want you to take a look at this. It might be something that you've seen before, but it's been passed around a lot. Conservatives definitely use this a lot, and this explains almost everything. This is a map of if only one certain demographic voted in each state. White men, if only white men voted, almost the entire country would be red. Non-college educated, college educated, white women here, men, but women in general. If you take a look at this one, women in general, if they voted just with their just them, the country would be mostly blue, vastly blue, overwhelmingly blue, right? And so here's the reason. Because women, when given rights, don't usually act in accordance to how conservative, specifically religious men want them to act for control. There's a reason why conservatives are starting to come out and start to give more credence to the idea of overturning the 19th Amendment, the amendment that gave women the right to vote. There's a reason why there was a large concerted effort amongst conservatives to stop women from being able to get credit cards. There's a reason why there's a movement in this country to stop women from being able to claim no-fault divorce. Right? There's a reason, right? Because when women are given rights and power, now they don't have to be forced socially or legally into abiding by a lot of rules that a lot of rules of society that benefit these usually white conservative Christian men. That is why, right? They're allowed to leave relationships without the man's consent. They're able to have an end a pregnancy without a man's consent. They're able to do lots of things and no longer be forced to be tied to a guy to be able to live in society and live a normal life. That's obviously a problem. When you, for one, are conservative and you want women to abide by a certain standard, and two, are super religious, and the hyper religiosity and the structure of a family that you're supposed to be building makes women subservient. That's a large reason for why this is happening, and why it didn't end at. There's a large reason for why it's happening and why it didn't end at abortion.
Yeah, baby, that's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
Thank you, Nina, for the raid. Hello, raiders. I'm happy to have you. Credit cards? Yeah, women weren't allowed to have bank accounts. I think before 1960, something along those lines. Yeah, women were allowed to have their name on a bank. They can't just open a bank account. A man had to do it for them. Yeah, hello, raiders. Nice to see you. We're in the meat of a nice segment about reproductive rights. Another garbo like that. Women, am I right? So true. Women, right, babe? She's asleep. My girlfriend's asleep. She's out cold. Women, am I right? Right? Right. And women aren't always pushed to have kids and be then tied down to those guys. Elon Musk came out with propaganda against birth control. Hormonal birth control makes you fat, doubles the risk of depression, and triples your suicide risk. There's a clear scientific consensus, but very few people seem to know. I'm going to tell you this right now. If you're a girl who went to go get birth control, you definitely know. The doctors definitely tell you. They 100% tell you. A lot of women can't even get a hysterectomy before a certain age, and even if they want to and they're old enough, they have like a husband or a boyfriend or something, many doctors may still turn them down simply because they need like a man's approval. Like the likelihood that you're on birth control and you don't know any risk to the medicine is just completely ridiculous. But obviously they're going to come out against it because women having agency themselves and getting to control themselves, women having agency over themselves and being able to control themselves only spells doom for these types of guys because they won't be subservient to an idealistic lifestyle that they want them to be. They're not easily moldable and controllable. So that makes so it's a problem, right? It becomes a huge issue. Women voting more. There's a reason why they come out against women when they vote, especially more Democratic, when they use birth control to take agency over whether or not they get pregnant. They can stop taking birth control and want to get pregnant, or stay on birth control and not get have a higher likelihood of not getting pregnant. Right? They're starting to become people and less property. And I know that sounds just a little bit hyperbolic, but how else are you going to describe this massive amounts of control around one of like half of the population? Okay. And another reason is because these people definitely view women in two ways: as property, but property that's essential to the survival of the country and the continuation of ethnicities and bloodlines and countries. Women don't build countries. They don't maintain countries. They don't fight for countries. They don't get the degrees that keep the country going. Right? And they shit on like a lot of housework, right? But they also are supposed to be the life givers that are the ones that keep societies, ethnicities, bloodlines, names going. Right, without a woman being able to be there, who can get pregnant and chooses to get pregnant, or is made pregnant and gives birth, it's very hard to be able to continue a society. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's more likely that women are going to be picky and choosy about how that happens because a whole human comes out of them and it can kill them instantly. Right? Obviously, you would want to be a little bit more picky about who you do that with and how many times you do it. But that's not really necessarily of a concern to these people. They're not women, for one, and they have another role. They have another role for society as well. Women are the key. That's why Elon Musk specifically has. We talked about it. That's why Elon Musk has so many baby mamas. That's why he's impregnating as many women as possible. He wants. Like the goal is for women to pump out as many babies as humanly possible. There's this weird movement in the conservative sphere right now about like outbreeding liberals. How they've been trying to push young girls to get married as soon as possible and get pregnant as soon as possible, as well, and get pregnant as many times as possible to be able to pump out as many children as possible to outbreed the left. How they want to make so many spawn and pump out so many kids that the whole country will shift to the right, but they need women to do that. A lot of men are in those conservative spaces absolutely believing that, but not as many women sign on to that. And women having the ability to divorce them, go on birth control, get an abortion and a pregnancy, be able to choose not to be with them, it not being necessary financially, socially, legally to be indebted, controlled, and under the dominion of them, is a huge problem when it comes to that specific aim and goal. There's a reason why they always say that there's a reason why in a lot of these circles, the idea that Rome fell because women finally started to get more rights, and then the stupid emotional woman brand led to stopped the smart, logical, good boy brain from being able to single-handedly drive the country drive the kingdom or whatever in a positive way. And now they credit, and many of them like to now credit women for the fall of Rome and fall of nations. They say, many of them say that women's rights come right before a nation crumbles to the ground. Women being able to make their own choices is always detrimental to conservatives. That's why they always hate it. Rufio, this is the guy that coined the term a CRT and DEI, right? This is the mastermind behind those things being in the conservative lexicon. Replying to somebody talking about birth control. So what? The pill causes health problems for many women. Recreational sex is a large part of the reason why we have so many single mother households, which drives poverty, crime, and dysfunction. The point of sex is to create children. This is natural, normal, and good. So if you see here, I want to take a look at basically this part here. Okay, so this is exactly what I was talking about. Women's reproductive freedom is a massive issue. When women are able to make their own choices, they become single mothers. They drive poverty. They make crime. They drive societal dysfunction. If they are not controlled and stringently, then their decisions to be flippant with their uterus will drive the entire society into the ground. So they must be controlled. They must be controlled. A woman's uterus must be a woman's uterus must be more controlled than a gun. Far more controlled than a gun. Guns have more rights than women, in some regards. Like recreational sex never existed. It's not about it not existing. They hate it. They hate it. They hate women's rights. They hate them being able to make their own choices like this. Obviously, right? Yeah, it prevents births. Yeah, they wouldn't be single mothers. Listen, they wouldn't be single mothers if they would be able to get like the pill, right? And get on birth control. Like obviously they wouldn't be single mothers then, would they? I mean, remember that massive screed that what's his name? Stefan Molyneux went on that like women make assholes, women have babies with assholes, and then come out with asshole babies that make the world worse. We have all these terrible men because women won't make good choices, and so women need to be stopped from making choices because they don't make good choices. These conservatives. The Heritage Foundation. This is the group that actually wrote Project 2025. That massive list about how they want to control all aspects of American society through a hyper-religious, theocratic, conservative Christian lens as much as possible. It seems to me that a good place to start would be a feminist movement against the pill and for returning the consequentiality to sex. Conservatives have to lead the way to restoring sex to its true purpose. So you want to take a look at this? Feminist movement, start with a feminist movement against the pill for returning the consequentiality of sex. So you know what this means. Let me write this for you in a way that, in the way they really mean it. Women have to be punished for having sex by being forced to give birth. You being turned away at the abortion clinic for trying to get an abortion is punishment to you for being so flippant and irresponsible. You need to suffer consequences for your actions because sex is really important and you not handling it well is consequential and you deserve what you get. Return the consequentiality of sex. The consequentiality is still there. Getting the possibility of getting pregnant, right? And also these people think that like an abortion is just like a checkup or something. It's like a checkup. It's like, I don't know, taking some Tylenol, like the flu or something. It's way more intensive. It can be more problematic. A lot of things go into it. You can't just, even if you just take the pill, a lot of hormonal issues come with that as well. It's not like they necessarily care that much. It's not like they really care. But this is what it's about. It's all about this type of stuff. They say it themselves, right? Why can't we talk about how the birth control pill is harming women? A thought-provoking take, right? And then Elon Musk is like, you can now. So it's not about abortion. It's not about the pill. It's about everything. Women are at the center of everything. Women, to these people, to a hardline Christian conservative, a Christian theocrat, Christian nationalist, a religious extremist in this country, women are at the center of society and also a piece of property that must be controlled, else society crumbles. And so they chalk, and that's why they're so hard on things like feminism, women's rights movements, right? They're skeptical now the right to vote and any aspect that a woman can take outside of the natural flow of things, which is like usually a man controlling how, when, and where a woman can, or a woman or anybody who can get pregnant gets pregnant. Their control over that has led to all the problems in society. Women and their irrational voting has led to Democrats destroying the economy, let migrants and terrorists into our borders. It's the housing problem. It's the poverty problem. It's the crime problem. It's every problem, right? It's now like it's like trans people, it's black people, it's the whole thing. It all starts in the womb of a woman. And so obviously, if they believe that, why not go straight to the source and put a padlock on it and hide the key? And once you start to understand that, everything that follows from that starts to make perfect sense. Everything that follows from that line makes perfect sense. When you finally start to understand that conservatives believe that every ill in society starts from a uterus, obviously that uterus is now subject to control, to domination, to regulation. Because if not, society will crumble. It has to happen. And so that's why the ways in which you can get out of the consequences of having sex with them needs to be diminished. It's not only religious. There is a secular a point to it as well, because not everybody who's like super abortion extremist on this position are also very they're not always super religious when it comes to even like condoms as well. The only reason for why you should be having sex is to be able to pump out a bunch of babies, and that baby making factory needs to have some security guards in it, right? You wouldn't just keep your factory open and the doors unlocked anytime you're not using it, right? So obviously you put on locks and you put down a security camera and you hire a security detail and you put up a fence and you get some guard dogs. Because that little organ, that tiny little organ in the abdomen of a woman, usually, is where all problems and all good things in society begins. So that's why they want to control it. And that's why they're so radical about it. Okay, I think we got it. I think we got it. What do you got, chat? What do you think? Thoughts, emotions, feelings, opinions? That was good. You cooked. Thank you. Tiny organ. Don't talk about my dick like that. Be honest. Be honest. I know you're gonna say it's cold. I like the part where you said you hated women. You mean the whole part? The whole thing? Thank you. Big sad. Great Segi. Thank you. Thank you. I was feeling that one. I put that one together. I like that one. I like it. Thought it was decent. Thank you. These holes have gotten too uppity. So true. Yeah, so true, so true. These holes have started to get too many opinions. I'm getting sick. You nailed it. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. I think that's pretty good. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I had a vision. I had a vision. It was just because it seemed like an important topic to talk about now, but it seemed like prescient, you know. It's something that we've been kind of talking about, referring to, stuff like that recently, and I feel like it's been in the news recently, and I hadn't really found an opportunity to talk about all of this and my thoughts about conservative thoughts about women and stuff like that. But when that mifepristone case was decided, that's when I was like, yeah, this needs to, yeah. This needs to happen. It's time. These hoes loud AF. Bro, there's a video of I'm Alex chasing his girlfriend through the house abusively while wearing tiny red underwear. Bro, what is happening? Who is this? What's happening with this guy, dude? He's so crazy. I don't know, man. How do you? Oh, man. Hell. What the hell? Yeah, Alex. See, the thing is that they wanted that it's just ways to. If it seems like it's not really making much sense, it's because it was simply just put together to try to trick women into believing that their rights being taken away is a good thing for them. Actually, it's the axe going to the trees and asking for their vote, and hoping that the trees say, I think we should vote for them. Look, his handle is made out of wood. That's what's going on here. Just like us. Or convince themselves that they're not hurting women. Yeah, nobody wants to feel like the bad guy, you know? You're not like controlling women, you're like protecting society. You're safeguarding society from the bad decisions of silly females. Them silly females and their thoughts and opinions. Danger, danger. Oof, ow, ouch, oof. Average British man. We gotta start throwing chairs. Who are you, H-Box? Throwing chairs around? Proud supporter of leopards eating my face party. I'm actually a supporter of leopards nibbling on my face party. Leopards eating my face party are just a little too extreme for me. I don't know, they're a little too out there for me. I find it crazy that somebody with I'm Alex's body type can feel confident enough to threaten anyone, only to get his ass beat by an overripe strawberry. I've never seen that's one of the rare insults out there. I'm going to be honest. That is a very rare insult. That's a very, very rare insult. But you know what? You're popping off. You're popping off. I bet when he gets hot, he looks like an overripe strawberry too. He's so thin. He's so thin and tiny. I mean, even small guys can, I don't know. Like, listen, I get it. Even small guys can abuse their girls. You know, she loves him. She doesn't want to beat him back. Sometimes I'm like, you know, I don't really want to say it. I don't want to be that guy or anything. Remember how I talked about in that other Wait, no, I can't say that. Never mind. I'm too scared to say that. I'm worried. Can't get clipperinoed yet. Listen, women sometimes just got to do something to abusive men. They have to stop them in their tracks sometimes. That's all I'm saying. They have to stop them in their tracks. Nice little roadblock to their continuation. Like if there was a continue button, they just take the controller out of their hands. You know what I mean? Say it. I will not. I did. Well, actually, I said exactly what I wanted to say. I said exactly what I wanted to say. I don't have anything more to say. I have nothing more to say. I like fish too. They gotta be featured on those on those female country singers. I said nothing about killing. I just said stopping them, putting an end to their antics. No harm. I'm wishing no harm on anyone. It's peace and love here, okay? I just think their antics should be stopped. If they be like that, they gotta be stopped. Do a kickflip? Listen, I don't do kickflips. I'm not a kickflip guy, really. I ride a longboard, okay? I do not do kickflips on my longboard. I just push and glide. Push and glide. I don't do that whole, like, you know, you pick up, you press on the tail of the board and you're like, I'm not doing them crazy fast movements. I'm not gonna be on like Braille or anything. I'm vibing. I'm not gonna be on Braille. I'm vibing. Okay, I'm vibing. So listen, it's push, glide, push, glide. If you're locked in, I'm locked in. If you're ready, I'm ready. You're ready, I'm ready. But no, I don't do kick flips. But I do skateboard. Yeah. I'm what you call in the community a cruiser. I'm 100% a cruiser. I'm like nice piece of asphalt. I push and glide, and then push and then glide, and it's so nice. Sometimes you put your weight into the board. You like rock back and forth. You can kind of like you can surf a little bit, but I kind of like the idea of surfing more than kind of pretending to be Tony Hawk. You know what I mean? I'm push. I'm kind of like Dracula. Remember Dracula? Scrape and lick. He's like, yo, Dracula, suck the blood. Dracula don't suck. Okay. It's scrape and lick. Scrape and lick. Push and glide. Not a kick flip, but a push glide? Absolutely. Not succula. I don't know. Maybe I do have a normal board as well. I was kind of thinking about learning how to do tricks on it. I feel like it'd be kind of crazy to be able to do a kickflip. I feel like I'd never be able to live that down. Like, yo, I'd be like, yo, I'd have a permanent pogger's face, if I'm gonna be honest with you, if I did a kickflip. The first time I did a kickflip, I'd lose it. I'd be like, oh, I've done it. Oh, I've made it. But yeah, I'm usually just chilling. The girlfriend also has a longboard. Before we met, she didn't really ride it much. On our first date, I was teaching her how to ride her longboard, and we were boarding together at the local park in the parking lot. It was a nice day. It was sunny, but it wasn't really hot, and we had basically the whole parking lot to ourselves, and we could just kind of chill. It was really nice. Did a kickflip once? That's crazy. Then ollie an inch off the ground, and I felt like a god. Yeah, I don't know. Doing some little trick with any trick you can do with your skateboard, you start to understand Tony Hawk. You're like, why would Tony Hawk try to do a loop-de-loop around a cement pipe 15 feet wide for Red Bull or something? But then the first time you learn how to shift on your board, you move your weight to the back, and then you can kind of tap like that to kind of turn quicker. You start to be like, yeah. You do a pop shove it once. You do like a little mini ollie, like the tiniest ollie, and you're like, I get it. You're like, I was just riding my board in mid-air. What do you mean? I can do anything. Do Americans have interest in foreign politics? I'm from Germany, and we go crazy when it's our presidential election. Listen, we understand. We keep up with some politics. I keep up with foreign politics. I'm relatively kept up with what's going on in just the European elections and elections going on in Europe. But I keep up with it less than what's going on in our side of the world. Not because I'm a hater or anything, but because your average European country has 15 people in it, and their major export is a movie from 25 years ago. It just not to be a hater or anything, but what your average European country gets up to. Your average European country is kind of like the size of your average American's backyard, and it has like 27 people in it. And there's like 58 parties, ranging from Hitler but worse to uglier Stalin. And it's just and you know, it's just, I don't know, it gets to be a little much sometimes, right? Hi, what's going on? So yeah, that's it. I don't know. Germany's a little worrisome. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, they had the opportunity to be a good country and have good energy, but then they just decided that nuclear energy is kind of evil. And then there's France that has Macron there for a long time, and he's been having a lot of problems, and France is always having some nationwide riot because Macron wanted to cut social benefits by 1 penny, one European penny per person. So half the country burns down, and then they have like a plague from which we haven't heard of since biblical times, and then and then they have like the most racist person alive, polling like first place by 2 points to polling like 2 points above Lenin 2, Electric Boogaloo. Which plague? Remember their huge bedbug plague. I'm not sure if they're still going through the bedbug plague, but yeah, I remember like seeing videos of people like on public transit and they're like crawling with like bedbugs because there was a huge bedbug plague in France and in lots of parts of that side of the of Europe, Western Europe. It's a better system than the two-party system. I'm gonna be so real with you. I think it's conceptually better than a two-party system, and I think some of them are better than a two-party system. I think most of them are just a two-party system with more steps. Like if you live, I mean, I really hate to be the one to say it, but if you live in the UK, you have a two-party system. If you, I mean, let's just be honest with ourselves. It's just a lot of European countries is just a two-party system but with like extra steps. And if that party died or something, like it closed down, they would just move to one of the bigger parties instead. More likely than not. Not even the right-wing party from France wants to work with them. Yeah, but them like somebody wanting to work with them is not really their goal. To stop that, like other people from working amongst themselves, is more of the goal. Being able to be a veto vote for, I don't know, human rights for brown people within Europe, right? Like whatever their little goals are regarding immigration or whatever, right? But there's a real threat with like right-wing resurgence in European countries, even though there's not like any super big swing yet. Besides how bad the polling is in France is really something worth watching out for. So yeah, I keep up a little bit with what's going on in Europe. Not like too much. If there's something really interesting, I'll definitely look into it. The only real thing that I've been keeping up with when it comes to Europe is watching Britain slowly kind of disintegrate, which has been a little interesting to watch. it's been very interesting to watch how like it seems like everybody who has the ability to have an opinion in like British politics always comes to the incorrect position. It's kind of interesting how they have so many parties and so much history and literally nobody knows what they're doing and they all suck at their job, from the voters to the politicians. Like everybody kind of like is stupid. I don't want to be mean or anything, but like I read a story about how the Green Party didn't want to like the Green Party and a lot of like provinces, counties or whatever in England didn't want to vote for like nuclear energy or even wind farms sometime, because they wanted to wait until they got control of the whole country and then put down the wind farms off the coast, even though a lot of their districts are completely landlocked. It's just stupid. It's just kind of stupid. They're not allowed to build any more buildings. And so now like housing prices are going crazy. There's like a list for getting on homes 15 years long. Their entire medical system is crumbling. Their economy is crumbling. Their social fiber and fabric is completely crumbling. Their prime minister asked a homeless person if he worked in the business sector while doing a photo op at a soup kitchen. Like, you can't. There's something wrong. Call me listen, man, call me like a co-pilot on a crashing plane, cause something wrong. And I don't know, maybe it's like embedded in their culture or something, but they like every single time they have the opportunity to make a decision, they always choose the wrong decision. From like Brexit to their ideas on immigration. I don't know, man. It's just always the wrong decision. They always are just bad. I don't know. And I actually don't know if there's a way out. I really don't know if there's a way out. I think England, like the UK might be the second country after the second like first world country after like the Soviet Union to kind of crumble. Britain might, like the UK might Soviet Union. I'm not gonna lie. It might be something great. I don't know. It's just, I don't know how they can like, I don't know, like nobody is prepared to be anything besides stupid. Like even the Labor, it was so crazy because the Labor Party has been running for like, what, 20 years? They've been begging voters to give them a chance to run the country for the first time in 20 years. And they're like, and they let out a manifesto about how they want to run the country. And it was like nothing. They wrote nothing. It was just completely nonsensical. And then they went from having like a 30% polling lead to completely crashing. Nobody wants to vote for any party. It's just, it's so sad. It's so sad. Dude, like, I think 20 or so years or whatever, or like 10 or so years or whatever, I guess, or 10, 15 years of conservative rule in the UK, I think may have actually killed the country. It was just too much for that poor little nation to bear. That poor little island just could not bear the suffering levied upon them by the Tories for that it was left with for so long. I don't, leaving the Tories in office is kind of like letting a cancer tumor grow in you and calling it a pet. And it seems, and then you finally realize that I think it's time to start to get chemo, but the doctors are like, I'm not sure if we can pull this one back. It's so sad. I'm gonna be real. But they overdosed on Tories, and we're not sure if we can pull it back. I'm not sure if they can get themselves out of this one. I hope America learns. I say it all the time on stream, and it's really not a joke. If you think we have it here bad in the US, just like Be happy you're not British or like Eastern European. It's usually one of the two. Be happy you're not British and be happy you're not Eastern European. Or I guess from some suffering country in Africa, right? And then you start to understand. Is it true that the stock market has been increasing? That's actually so surprising. Dude, a poll came out 2 days ago in Reuters. It said UK poll points to electoral extinction for the Conservative Party. This is so funny, man. I don't even... This is so funny. What the hell is even happening? What is this country? I really don't get it. Hey man, like 2015 election. Yeah, and then there's like the Brexit, and then there's 2017. Conservatives won here and again and again. They've just been getting cooked. Like the Labour has just been getting cooked, and they've used their time getting cooked just to become a stupider, worst party. And it's so sad. And I don't know, man. Like it looks like all of the UK's parties suck ass. Is it just me just looking on the outside, or do almost all of the UK's parties suck ass? Modern day Labour sucks super ass. Modern day Labour is super like it's super garbage. It's just a terrible shit party. The shit party, right? It's basically the Conservative Party like 2.0. So you have the Conservative Party and the Conservative Light Party and the far right party, and then there's like the slightly right party, and then there's like the party of people who actually are simply just stupid. Then there's the Scottish Nationalist Party. I don't know if they're racist or something. Then there's like the Giga Stupid Party. Then this is the YouTuber Party. This is a party that's made by a YouTuber. They got 13% before, and then it all fell apart. The YouTuber Party fell apart. This is the Party of Wales. SNP are okay, not racist. I thought Jeremy Corbyn would mean change. Nah, they did like the Conservatives and the Labour Party had like an entire mutiny. There was like an entire mutiny among Labour to like kick him out and basically banish him from politics completely. And now the Labour Party has moved decisively to the right and has like no solutions to any of the problems that the UK is suffering from, as far as I've seen. I could be wrong, but they're definitely not the Conservatives. Is Sargon still a thing? Yeah, he runs like a podcast called Locust Eaters or something. Where he does the exact same thing he did before, but now he's got a boyfriend. He's doing the same, like get these blacks out of my country. Fucking women need to lose their. Women stop voting. Get fucking pregnant right now. Oh, taxes, cringe. Cringe. Healthcare, cringe. Lotus eaters, my bad, not locust eaters. They are the plague, though. That part we know. Is he still in Parliament? Sargon? Sargon was never in Parliament. Sargon was running on the YouTuber ticket for the YouTuber party, UKIP. But he made several statements about raping women who would give him tough questions while he was running. And then he made a bunch of bad comments about minorities and non-religious people. And then he made more comments about raping women again. And then he lost his election. And that was kind of the end of things, really. And after that, he kind of, and after that, he went back to being like a YouTuber. The party was originally started by Count Stankula, that guy who got popular after teaching his girlfriend's pug to pretend to give it like a Nazi salute. And then I think the authorities were like, "Why you doing Nazi shit, weirdo? Come with us." And then he made like a big rally about like civil rights in the UK or something, and then made UKIP. Your thoughts on Yugoslavia? Dead. Dead and gone. Dead and gone. Dead and gone. Perfect for modern day UK elections, right? Called Lotus Eaters. That's too cool of a name. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I mean, you can call them Locust Eaters. I call them Locust Eaters. So you can just start calling them Locust Eaters. You listen to Carl Schwab, you eat the bug. Locust Eater. All right, but I think that's it for me tonight. I've had a good night. I think we've covered. All right, I think we've covered a lot. I think we've done a lot. I think we've been there a lot. I'm gonna have to take a trip. I got like 5 hours, and then the girlfriend's gonna start to drag me outside as I try to claw my way back into bed, and force me to go drive to Atlanta with her. So wish me luck, chat. I'm going to be forced to go to Atlanta. I hope I survive, but you know, we'll see what happens as it goes. But that's it for me. That's it from me tonight. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you, and I hope to have you back on another meme stream. Have a good night, everyone.